Passion Pages. Chapter 274. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's current actions, the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer and disdain, and he had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. A mere first-level Origin Core stage martial artist wanted to deal with a fourth-level Origin Core stage elephant rhino? As far as he was concerned, this pretty boy was simply overestimating his ability. He was simply courting death. Xiao Fei, you're still taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune at a time like this. Hu Li glanced at Xiao Fei with dissatisfaction, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, quickly come back. That elephant rhino isn't something you can deal with. Don't worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Shirlan and Hu Li's concern, he turned around and lightly smiled to the two of them. Hu Li, he's rushing to his own death, why stop him? Xiao Fei looked at Hu Li as he spoke indifferently, seeming as if he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die under the elephant rhino's fangs. Xiao Fei, don't go too far. Shirlan shouted out angrily as her beautiful face flushed red, then she said to Hu Li, let's go help Duan Lingtian. Just when Hu Li agreed and was about to go help Duan Lingtian with Shirlan, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian instead shook his head. Just watch, I alone am enough to deal with this elephant rhino. Shirlan and Hu Li couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Just one person is enough? Duan Lingtian, now isn't the time to flaunt your superiority. Shirlan and Hu Li practically spoke out in unison. Huh. Looks like you're rather confident, pretty boy. I want to see how you deal with this elephant rhino by yourself. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed in ridicule, then he looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. Shirlan, Hu Li, both of you have good intentions. But unfortunately, you were refused by him. Since he wants to court death, then both of you can fulfill his wish. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded Xiao Fei's words and nodded to Shirlan and Hu Li before turning around and dashing towards the elephant rhino. Shirlan, let's go. Let's go help him. Power of Hu called out to Shirlan. Although Duan Lingtian said that he did not need their help, how could they really stand by and watch? In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was their comrade, and they would never abandon Duan Lingtian. However, just as they were about to move, when their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in the distance, they completely froze. Heavens! What did they see? On the way Duan Lingtian dashed towards the elephant rhino, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and in the end, it actually condensed into 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of the third level of the Origin Core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian was actually a third-level Origin Core stage martial artist. This sudden surprise caused Shirlan and Power of Hu's hearts to tremble. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't overlook the most important question. Duan Lingtian's age was at most around the age of 20, and it was even possible that he wasn't even 20 yet. A third-level Origin Core stage martial artist around the age of 20, what concept was this? Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent could be considered to be a top genius disciple. Their heartbeats abruptly sped up, and they were both delighted and shocked. They were delighted because Duan Lingtian was actually not a first-level Origin Core stage martial artist, but a third-level Origin Core stage martial artist. They were shocked because although Duan Lingtian was a third-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he wasn't a match for the fourth-level Origin Core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino. Passion Pages. How could this be possible? Xiao Fei stared blankly at the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, and he had a face full of disbelief. How could this pretty boy possibly have such a formidable strength? Xiao Fei's face sank. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent had already far surpassed his. When he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was far from having such a cultivation. In an instant, his chest was filled with jealousy. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure that flashed straight for the elephant rhino, his face was gloomy, his eyes flickered with cold lights, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. So what if he's at the third level of the origin core stage? Isn't he still going to die under the elephant rhino's fangs? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for a third-level origin core stage martial artist to survive under the elephant rhino's fangs. Huli, Duan Ling Tian is the same as us, he's also at the third level of the origin core stage. If the three of us join forces, even if we're unable to kill this elephant rhino, we ought to be able to force it to retreat. After finding out about Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation, Shirlan looked at Huli and her eyes shone, and a trace of joy appeared on her beautiful face that was filled with spirit. Okay. Huli nodded and dashed out with Shirlan. If three third-level origin core stage martial artists joined forces, it was indeed possible to force the elephant rhino to retreat. But in next to no time, Shirlan and Huli's figures that flashed out stopped, because a figure flashed towards them and blocked their path, not allowing them to make a move to help Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Fei, what's the meaning of this? Huli's face went ghastly pale. Now, he'd already seen Duan Ling Tian and the elephant rhino fighting, and was using a profound movement technique to tangle with the elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, if he was slightly later, Duan Ling Tian would very likely lose his life. Xiao Fei, what does it have to do with you that we're going to help Duan Ling Tian? Don't go too far. Shirlan didn't expect that Xiao Fei would block their path, and her beautiful face went pale. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a sheen of rage as she stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. Shirlan, Huli, I didn't intentionally block the two of you. I'm only helping that pretty boy. Didn't he tell the two of you that he doesn't need your help? Since it's like this, as a member of the small team, I naturally have to help him block the two of you, so as to avoid the two of you stealing his limelight. Xiao Fei grinned, and his smile was extremely brilliant, with an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness. It was as if he was really helping Duan Ling Tian out of the kindness of his heart. However, Xiao Fei's smile was so fake in the eyes of Shirlan and Huli. Xiao Fei, it's fine if you don't help Duan Ling Tian, but you're even stopping us from helping him. Must you see him die before you're happy? Huli's eyes were crimson red, and he raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the sheathed sword on his back, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Xiao Fei, move aside. Shirlan's voice had a trace of icy cold rage mixed within, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in her hand. What? The two of you still want to make a move against me? Do the two of you think you're a match for me? The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a dark green spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Don't forget, not only does my cultivation far surpass the two of you, the spirit sword in my hand is a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Xiao Fei's face had a trace of disdain mixed within as he looked at Huli and Shirlan. In his eyes, not to mention Huli and Shirlan. Even if Huli, Shirlan, and that pretty boy joined forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for him. If you still don't move aside, then we won't hold back anymore. Shirlan's beautiful face had traces of rage mixed within, and she felt loathing toward Xiao Fei's current actions from the bottom of her heart. Why didn't she notice in the past that Xiao Fei was actually such a vicious person? Today, she could be considered to have completely seen Xiao Fei's true colors. Xiao Fei, move aside. Huli had an excited expression as the 3-foot-long blade left its sheath and fell into his hand. What? The two of you really want to make a move against me? Then let me see if the two of you have made any progress recently. Xiao Fei started laughing, and his smile contained traces of disdain. Swish! Swish! Shirlan and Huli couldn't restrain themselves any longer, and they directly swung their swords and attacked, flashing straight towards Xiao Fei. Whereas Xiao Fei seemed as if he was playing with the two of them, and their swords were easily blocked by his sword, not to mention that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand far surpassed the grade 8 spirit sword in Shirlan and Huli's hands. In terms of strength, he was a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, and compared to the 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist Shirlan and Huli, he possessed an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Under his sword, Shirlan and Huli were no different than children. Whoosh! Presently, Duan Ling Tian was executing the spirit serpent movement technique with his cultivation at the third level of the origin core stage, flashing around the elephant rhino. Every time, he managed to dodge the elephant rhinoceros's charge without any mishap. The sharp fangs of the elephant rhino brushed past the seven-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Ling Tian many times, yet it didn't even touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes. Roar! The elephant rhino was finally enraged and went berserk. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare execute the spirit serpent movement technique with his strength at the third level of the origin core stage to play with the elephant rhino. The current elephant rhino had already completely revealed the speed it should possess as a fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast. The speed revealed by the strength of 60 ancient mammoths was far from something his speed revealed by the strength of 40 ancient mammoths could compare to. Instantly, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths appeared above Duan Ling Tian as well. Now, he was similarly dodging the elephant rhino's attacks with ease. Suddenly, the sound of weapons colliding sounded out by his ears, and Duan Ling Tian frowned. Could it be that Shirlan and Huli have encountered danger? When he flipped over and descended onto the back of the elephant rhino and looked over, he saw a scene that caused him to be incomparably furious. Xiao Fei! Duan Ling Tian's face was gloomy, as he was able to discern that Xiao Fei was playing with Shirlan and Huli. Whereas Xiao Fei's objective was obviously to stop Shirlan and Huli from helping him. Although he didn't need Shirlan and Huli's help, Xiao Fei's current actions still completely infuriated him. I originally wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now, I don't have the time to play with you. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the elephant rhino beneath his feet, and his eyes went cold. Instantly, 20 of the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished into thin air, and it once again sharply reduced to 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Ling Tian once again controlled his strength to the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. It was comparable to an ordinary third-level origin core stage martial artist. Whoosh! In Duan Ling Tian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. This 3-foot-long blade was precisely the one he refined when he bet his life on weapons refinement with the Chu family's second elder in the Swallow Mountain County's county city. It was capable of amplifying strength by 20%. Suddenly, whoosh! Duan Ling Tian drew his sword. The strength of the Grade 8 Spirit Sword bloomed, and the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky instantly became 48 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His sword flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the head of the elephant rhino. The place where the sword descended encountered extremely great resistance. The skin of this elephant rhino is really thick. What? Now that you two have this pretty boy, you intend to get rid of him after he's outlived his usefulness? Xiao Fei's face had already sunk when Shirlan spoke, and now his gaze went cold when he heard Hu Li's words. Do you two think that I, Xiao Fei, am someone that you can order around at will? He was already envious of Duan Ling Tian, and now when he saw Shirlan and Hu Li actually wanted to drive him away for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, a wave of evil flames instantly arose within his heart. Actually, asking him to leave this small group was nothing. But when he thought of how he left because of this pretty boy, his heart was filled with resentment, and he wasn't willing to let it go. Xiao Fei, what you did earlier really disappointed us. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei, and his face sank. I've said it before, I was only helping this pretty boy earlier. The facts prove that I was right to stop you two from making a move, as he himself is able to kill the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei sneered, as if he'd long since known that Duan Ling Tian had the strength to kill the elephant rhino. Actually, how could Shirlan and Hu Li not be aware of his little thoughts? For a moment, their expressions became unsightly. Shameless. Alright, there's no need for you two to harm each other because of me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and lightly smiled. When Shirlan and Hu Li heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they were stunned for a moment. If it was someone else that helped Xiao Fei plead for leniency, they wouldn't find it strange, but the person that was pleading for leniency was Duan Ling Tian. They looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Humph. At least you're sensible. When Xiao Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he laughed complacently, as he thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him. As far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill the elephant rhino, it was only because Duan Lingtian's luck was good. Moreover, Duan Lingtian spent a very long time before killing the elephant rhino. If he were to rely on a grade 7 spirit sword to make a move, he only needed a single move, and it would be sufficient to kill the elephant rhino in an instant. Duan Lingtian was nothing in his eyes. Although Shirlan and Huli didn't know why Duan Lingtian wanted to help Xiao Fei plead for leniency, but since Duan Lingtian, the person involved, didn't fuss about it, they didn't say anything further. However, they'd completely taken Xiao Fei to be a stranger now. Xiao Fei didn't mind, as he stayed behind only for the sake of venting his anger and fighting for face. Moreover, he would absolutely not let that pretty boy have an easy time. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiao Fei's icy cold gaze that swept over, but he didn't mind. A wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if everything was within his grasp. "Let's continue walking." Duan Lingtian called out to Shirlan and Huli before continuing forward. Seeing Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walking forward, Xiao Fei naturally followed. Even if Xiao Fei retreated to the back of Duan Lingtian's group of 3, the savage leopard still followed him step by step. When the savage leopard walked past Duan Lingtian's group of 3, Shirlan's face was deathly pale, and her delicate body trembled without stopping. Huli's expression was extremely unsightly as well. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move in the slightest. He knew that after the savage leopard pounced and killed Xiao Fei, it would shift its target to them. Facing the savage leopard, Shirlan and Huli felt a wave of powerlessness in their hearts. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He glanced at Xiao Fei, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Did this Xiao Fei really think that he was so generous and kind enough to let him stay? Actually, before Duan Lingtian killed the elephant rhino, he'd already planned to get even with Xiao Fei. After he killed the elephant rhino and his keen spiritual force detected the aura of the savage leopard, another plan arose in his heart. The current scene was all within his control. "If you don't join forces with me, then all of us will die." Xiao Fei's expression was unsightly, and traces of fear were emitted from his eyes. He didn't forget to make a final effort with the intention of persuading Duan Lingtian's group of 3. "Xiao Fei, if I'm not wrong, in our small group, until now, it seems that only you haven't made a move, right?" Chapter 276. As a member of our small team, if you want to share the gains with us, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Now, Duan Lingtian had completely returned everything Xiao Fei said to him earlier back to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was angered to the point his face went livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, but he was utterly unable to refute. These words were what he'd said to Duan Lingtian earlier. For a moment, he only felt that he'd lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. At this moment, he also realized a problem. Now, if he didn't take the initiative to attack the savage leopard, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 would absolutely not make a move. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the terror in his heart. "I'll make a move against this savage leopard now. If all of you don't join forces with me, then once it kills me, all 3 of you can just wait to die." Xiao Fei's eyes were crimson red as he stared at the savage leopard, and origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Fei moved. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged towards the savage leopard in a menacing manner. Above him, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. When facing the savage leopard, he completely exerted the strength of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist and didn't dare hold back in the slightest. He knew clearly in his heart that at this moment, the slightest bit of holding back might instantly take his life. At the same time, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed gracefully before piercing towards one of the savage leopard's eyes. No matter what fierce beast it was, its eyes were its weakness. Now, beside the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Xiao Fei, another 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, the might of a grade 7 spirit weapon. He used his full strength in this sword strike. This Xiao Fei is rather smart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw Xiao Fei attacking the savage leopard's eyes. But he didn't look favorably upon Xiao Fei. The savage leopard's speed was far from something Xiao Fei could compare to. It was impossible for Xiao Fei's sword strike to touch the savage leopard. The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian thought. The 6th level origin core stage fierce beast, the savage leopard's figure flashed and easily avoided Xiao Fei's sword strike. Roar! The savage leopard roared for the first time, and it was full of anger. No! Xiao Fei's pupils constricted when he saw savage leopard getting out of the way and pouncing towards him. He let out a shrill cry. The next moment, his body was sent flying by the savage leopard. Then, the savage leopard opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of Xiao Fei's legs. With a ba-ji sound, it tore off one of Xiao Fei's legs and blood spilled all over the ground. Ah! Xiao Fei's blood-curdling screams were incomparably mournful, causing people's hair to stand on end. What are you waiting for? Xiao Fei's complexion was deathly pale. With great difficulty, he used his elemental energy to stop the bleeding of his wounds. He shouted at Duan Lingtian and the other two. Shirlan and Power of whose expressions turned ugly. Asking them to take action. Wouldn't that be sending him to his death? However, when they thought of the fact that they were going to die no matter what, and when they saw Xiao Fei's current miserable state, they glanced at Duan Lingtian who was at the side. Soon after, they looked at each other and fiercely nodded their heads, as if they had made some kind of decision. Duan Lingtian, we'll stall for time for you. Hurry up and flee. Power of who suddenly shouted out explosively. His entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as the 3-foot-long azure sword in his hand flashed out, Skynet sword technique. Sword images that filled the sky descended and enveloped the savage leopard. Duan Lingtian, quickly flee. Shirlan also shouted at Duan Lingtian and followed Power of who as her sword flashed towards the savage leopard. At this moment, Shirlan and Power of whose gazes were unprecedentedly firm. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was so high and his future achievements were limitless. If he were to die here like this, then it would truly be a pity. Moreover, they really took Duan Lingtian as a companion and a friend. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and a trace of warmth emerged within his heart. It had already been a long time since he was moved like this. The last time was over 3 years ago when Fatty Li Xian blocked Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. Only then did he feel this kind of emotion, two madmen. Seeing Shirlan and Power of who facing death unflinchingly, Xiao Fei endured the pain and his face was deathly pale and unsightly. Never had he imagined that even at this moment, Shirlan and Power of who were actually still thinking of protecting Duan Lingtian. This caused endless jealousy and hatred to arise within his heart. Based on what? Based on what can he make Shirlan and Power of who act like this, but I can't. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. There was also a trace of cold killing intent that was about to devour someone. Roar! The savage leopard originally intended to kill Xiao Fei, but now that it noticed Shirlan and Power of who flashing towards it, it instantly changed its target. A pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Shirlan and Power of who, containing traces of coldness. Seeing the savage leopard pouncing over, a trace of despair flashed within Shirlan and Power of whose eyes. But within this despair, there were traces of other emotions mixed within. There was determination, and facing death unflinchingly. Everything was for the sake of fighting for a chance of survival for Duan Lingtian. Be careful. Duan Lingtian finally made a move. He knew that if he still didn't make a move, Shirlan and Power of who would die without a doubt. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Duan Lingtian's figure seemed to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow, and it was incomparably swift as it flashed directly towards the location of the savage leopard. At this moment, he didn't hold back any longer and used his entire strength to dash out. Shirlan and Power of who were in imminent danger. He didn't dare dally. No. Impossible. Xiao Fei, who had one of his legs bitten off by the savage leopard, just happened to be facing Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw the 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. According to his knowledge, even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist seemed to only possess the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, right? This Duan Lingtian is a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist? How old is he? Instantly, traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent would actually be so terrifying. So terrifying that it caused him to be shocked. Of course, after the shock in his heart was boundless jealousy and hatred. The heavens are unfair. Why does this pretty boy have such good natural talent? Whoosh! At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, a sword appeared in his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword. He didn't dare be careless when facing the savage leopard. Shirlan and Power of Who only heard an awe-inspiring sound of the wind coming from behind them, then an incomparably swift figure descended before them. Duan Lingtian. Shirlan and Power of Whose faces went ghastly pale. Presently, they didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift, and there was only one thought in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually didn't flee. Right when helplessness and bitterness arose within their hearts, and they thought that Duan Lingtian would die with them. They inadvertently saw the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. This glance almost caused them to be frightened out of their wits. They clearly saw that along with the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand flashing out and his origin energy blossomed, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian utilizing the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword on top of his own strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when facing the savage leopard that pounced over. Sword drawing arts. A straightforward sword strike was easily executed in Duan Lingtian's hand. In the eyes of Shirlan and Power of Who, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have instantly vanished without a trace. Of course, they knew that this wasn't true disappearance. Instead, the speed of the sword had attained a certain degree, causing it to be difficult for their eyes to catch sight of it. Their hearts were completely in suspense. They stared dumbstruck at the scene before them. Roar! At the same time that the savage leopard pounced over, it seemed to have noticed how terrifying Duan Lingtian's sword strike was, and its dark green eyes emitted a trace of terror as it let out a low roar and its body shook, wanting to dodge. But, even though the savage leopard's speed was swift, Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter. The savage leopard's speed was at most driven by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Lingtian's sword strike instead contained the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword, and the speed of the sword was driven by the strength of an entire 90 ancient mammoths. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly entered between the brows of the savage leopard. This wasn't the end. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Quake energy. Instantly, origin energy raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it vibrated at an extremely fast frequency, and the frequency became faster and faster. Own! 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 Under the urging of the origin energy, the terrifying quake energy entered into the skull of the crippled leopard as if it was crushing dry weeds. Crack! Crack! The ear-piercing sound of bones shattering abruptly sounded out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Roar! The savage leopard emitted its final low roar, and its pair of dark green eyes that were incomparably dazzling a moment ago had completely dimmed down in the next moment. Its body that was only skin and bones crashed down, and it was completely devoid of any signs of life. The 6th-level origin core stage fierce beast, savage leopard, was dead. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. Shirlan and Huli stared blankly at this scene, and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure was so tall in their eyes, tall like a mountain, and they could rely on him. Hu Li fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and until now, he still hadn't calmed down the shock in his heart. At that moment earlier, he only felt that his heart was almost scared to the point of stopping. Although Lan's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Hu Li's, the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with a complicated expression. She recalled the scene when she'd just met Duan Lingtian not long ago, and at that time, she'd even saved Duan Lingtian. Now it would seem that Duan Lingtian had completely suppressed his strength to play with that fierce beast at that time, whereas her actions of saving Duan Lingtian were only superfluous. When she thought up to here, her cheeks couldn't help but slightly burn. But Duan Lingtian's strength still deeply shocked Lan and Hu Li. As far as they were concerned, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was at least at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. A 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist around the age of 20. According to their knowledge, such a monster seemed to have never appeared in the 7-star sword sect. You're a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. A slightly hoarse voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with traces of icy cold hatred. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Chapter 277. Xiao Fei's voice was somewhat hysterical, close to a roar. His face was flushed red, as if someone was tightly choking his neck. His pair of ghastly eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, flickering with frightening killing intent. Duan Lingtian obviously had the strength to kill the savage leopard, but he didn't make a move and allowed the savage leopard to tear off one of his legs, he was almost certain. This Duan Lingtian was absolutely intentional. Legs being torn off by the savage leopard and being chopped off by a human with a sharp weapon were two completely different concepts. The latter, as long as it was dealt with in time, there was still hope to reconnect. The former was impossible to reconnect. I'll be a cripple in the future. I'll be a cripple in the future. And all of this is because of him, all because of him. Xiao Fei's heart was filled with despair. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't be crippled. He pushed all of the fault onto Duan Lingtian. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that all of his origin energy was used to stop the gushing blood from his wound, he would have definitely made a move against Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. Although he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. But Duan Lingtian had destroyed him. He hated. It could be imagined that now that he had lost a leg, it was impossible for him to have a future. His life was destined to be a cripple, mediocre and useless. I did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Fei's words, he didn't deny it. He smiled coldly, Xiao Fei, even if I did it on purpose, so what? Why do you think I should save you? Xiao Fei's face sank. That's right, why should this Duan Lingtian save him? Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian coldly stared at Xiao Fei, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. From the moment I joined this small group, you were unhappy with me in every possible way. You spoke rudely, but I didn't care. Only, later on, you actually wanted me to throw away my life. In order to make me make a move, you ridiculed me many times. It was nothing more than wanting to infuriate me and make me lose my reason. Is that so? Xiao Fei didn't deny it. His eyes were cold, but you didn't die. Yeah, I didn't die. Because I'm not the first-level Origin Core stage martial artist in your eyes. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. I can imagine that if I was really only a first-level Origin Core stage martial artist today, I would undoubtedly die when going against that elephant rhino. I'm very curious. Today is the first time we've met. Why do you hate me so much, and even want me to die? I just want you to die. Xiao Fei's eyes had a piercingly cold light. You, a first-level Origin Core stage trash, on what basis should you join our small group and share the gains with us? Since Lan and Hu Li want to keep you, then let me see how they'll be able to protect you with their strength. As he spoke up to hear, Xiao Fei looked at Lan and Hu Li, and coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. And you too, Xiao Fei, a dignified 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, entering this primeval forest with you too is your honor. You too actually disobeyed me many times for this pretty boy, how can I endure it? I just want this pretty boy to die, and only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Fei's face revealed slight insanity. Xiao Fei. Shirlan and Hu Li's faces sank, as they never imagined that Xiao Fei was actually so narrow-minded. Just because of this, he wanted to make Duan Lingtian throw away his life? Traces of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. Fortunately, they saw Xiao Fei's true colors clearly today, otherwise, even if they were sold by Xiao Fei in the future, they might still be helping Xiao Fei count the money. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to be enveloped in a layer of coldness as he stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. You conspired against me and wanted to make me throw away my life, that's fine. But you, what did you do when I was fighting the elephant rhino? I don't care if you don't help me. But Shirlan and Hu Li wanted to help me, why did you obstruct them? On what basis did you obstruct them? Duan Lingtian's voice contained extreme rage mixed within. Humph. Xiao Fei's cold eyes swept Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed insanity. But unfortunately, the elephant rhino was actually unable to kill you, pretty boy. I never imagined that you, pretty boy, concealed yourself so deeply. As he finished speaking, traces of unwillingness were mixed within Xiao Fei's tone. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his smile was very brilliant. So you're saying that you wish for nothing more than for me to die? Xiao Fei sneered. Yes, I wish for nothing more than for you to die. It's good that you admit it. Since it's like this, what does it have to do with me that you're being chased by the savage leopard? Why should I save you? Let me ask you, if there was a person who wished for nothing more than to kill you and was faced with a desperate situation, would you save him? Following Duan Lingtian's question with a smile. Xiao Fei's expression was as unsightly as it could be. Looks like you already have an answer in your heart. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face also gradually vanished. The Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled and landed before Xiao Fei's eyes. You! What are you doing? When Xiao Fei saw Duan Lingtian's actions, traces of coldness arose within his heart, and his face contained traces of fear as he shouted. Duan Lingtian! Shirlan and Hu Li were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions as well. Although they were extremely displeased with Xiao Fei in their hearts, they'd never thought of killing Xiao Fei. What am I doing? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile when he heard Xiao Fei's naive words. Xiao Fei, are you really so naive? You've tried to harm me time and time again, and I've tolerated you time and time again. Now, I can't endure it any longer. Could it be that I can't give you a taste of your own medicine? You want to kill me? Xiao Fei was muddled, and in the next moment, his eyes squinted and were suffused with a trace of icy coldness as he shouted in a low voice. You can't kill me. The 7-Star Sword sect has a rule that even if there's deep enmity between sect disciples, unless they ascend the life and death arena, they're not allowed to kill each other. Sect rule? Life and death arena? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Fei with ridicule. Xiao Fei, do you think that if I kill you in this primeval forest, then destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence? So long as Shirlan and Hu Li don't speak of it, a fourth person would know that it was me who killed you? Naive. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale. Right, if he were to die in this primeval forest, how could the 7-Star Sword sect know that he was killed by Duan Lingtian? Shirlan, Hu Li. Xiao Fei looked at Shirlan and Hu Li, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. You two can't let him kill me. Don't forget, my brother knows that I came to the primeval forest with you too. If he doesn't see me return, he'll surely suspect you too. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Shirlan and Hu Li's faces went slightly pale, only now did they recall that Xiao Fei still had an older brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. A trace of fear appeared in Hu Li's eyes, and he slowly said, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Fei indeed has an older brother, and he's a peak disciple as well. He's a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's tone was filled with fear. As far as he was concerned. Although Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Savage Leopard, and relying on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, he was even able to exert a formidable attack that was comparable to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage after all. Whereas although Xiao Fei's older brother's strength was comparable to Savage Leopard, he was a human martial artist. In terms of speed, Xiao Fei's older brother wasn't inferior to Savage Leopard. In terms of attack, Xiao Fei's older brother was a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist, and even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, comparable to Savage Leopard. If a spirit weapon was used, it was able to increase the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, Xiao Fei's older brother relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert an attack that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. It was far from something the current Duan Ling Tian could compare to. 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Even if a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist possessed a grade 7 spirit sword, when exerted at full strength, it would only be comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. If he relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, then utilized the WIRM Python form's quake energy, he might not be unable to battle Xiao Fei's older brother. So, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Fei, then looked at Shirlan and Hu Li with his character, even if I let him off today. Could it be that after he returns to the 7-star sword sect, he wouldn't ask his older brother to take revenge on us? Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. But it didn't mean that Shirlan and Hu Li weren't afraid. Now, he only wanted to get rid of future troubles for Shirlan and Hu Li. After all, he really took Shirlan and Hu Li to be his friends in his heart, and he didn't wish for the two of them to suffer any harm because of what happened today. When he saw Shirlan and Hu Li slightly hesitating, Duan Ling Tian added, "How about this, I'll kill Xiao Fei. After you two return, if his older brother really comes looking for you two, then say that you two separated from Xiao Fei in the primeval forest, and that Xiao Fei traveled with me later on, so ask his older brother to come look for me at Migres Peak." Duan Ling Tian thought that the reason Shirlan and Hu Li hesitated was because they were worried that once Xiao Fei died, Xiao Fei's older brother would look for trouble with them. So, he removed any future worries for the two of them. "Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? We're a group, and we'll face difficulties together. We'll absolutely not betray you." Hu Li was instantly slightly unhappy when he heard Duan Ling Tian. "Exactly, we'll absolutely not do that." Shirlan spoke out as well, and her beautiful face was slightly unhappy as well. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm when he saw their current expressions, and he smiled apologetically. "I spoke wrongly. But this Xiao Fei is ruthless and merciless, and it's hard to guarantee that he won't look for trouble with us after he returns. In my opinion, we should kill him with a single strike, so as to avoid future troubles." "I agree." Hu Li nodded, then glanced coldly at Xiao Fei without the slightest bit of sympathy. "No, he won't. He won't." Chapter 278. At this very moment, Xiao Fei was completely terrified. Earlier, he dared to oppose Duan Ling Tian because he never thought that Duan Ling Tian would have the intention to kill him. Now that death was approaching, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die. Even if he was crippled, even if he had no achievements in the future, he still didn't want to die. If he died, he would have nothing left. "I beg you. Duan Ling Tian, I beg you. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Xiao Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian, weeping bitterly and hysterically begging for mercy. The current Xiao Fei, when facing Duan Ling Tian, no longer had the arrogant appearance from before. His face was incomparably pale, and he only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be merciful and let him go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He never thought that this Xiao Fei was also a wretched wretch, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, causing him to look down on him from the bottom of his heart. If Xiao Fei could still maintain the arrogant appearance from before, perhaps he would still respect Xiao Fei a little. But now, he didn't even have the interest to kill Xiao Fei. Even so, he also knew that even if it wasn't for himself, for Shirlan and Power of Hu, he still had to kill Xiao Fei. If this Xiao Fei was alive, he would be a scourge in the end. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent, Xiao Fei shifted his target to Shirlan and Power of Hu. With a trembling voice, he begged for mercy. Shirlan, Power of Hu, what happened just now was all my fault, all my fault. I beg you, I beg you. Ask Duan Lingtian to let me go, I beg you. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I beg you. Humph. Power of Hu's cold eyes swept past Xiao Fei and ignored him. Shirlan's gaze was complicated, and a trace of unwillingness faintly appeared on her face. Shirlan's expression was seen by Xiao Fei. A trace of hope rose from the depths of Xiao Fei's eyes. His body moved, and he struggled to fall in front of Shirlan, causing his face to be covered in blood. Xiao Fei raised his head, and his face that was covered in blood revealed traces of remorse. He looked at Shirlan and said in panic, Shirlan, I beg you. Save me, I beg you. I really don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I beg you. As Xiao Fei begged for mercy, he fiercely slammed his forehead against the ground. Very quickly, a pool of blood appeared. Xiao Fei, do you think that using the trick of injuring yourself to gain sympathy will work? When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he slightly frowned. He was deeply afraid that Shirlan had really been deceived by Xiao Fei. His face immediately sank as he shouted in a low voice. Shirlan, I beg you, I beg you. However, Xiao Fei acted as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words at all. He kept kowtowing to Shirlan as his face revealed traces of sadness, seeing that I've helped you and Power of Hu a lot in the past, please help me. I really don't want to die. Xiao Fei, you're helping us. When you enter the primeval forest with us, when have you not been the one to pick first? When have you not been the one to pick the most valuable materials first? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Power of Hu's face sank. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him with one strike. Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold as he stepped forward. The 3-feet-long blade in his hand flickered with a cold luster. Shirlan. Xiao Fei's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian walking over, then he looked at Shirlan and made a final effort to beg for mercy with a sorrowful expression. I really don't want to die. Save me, save me. I swear that as long as you don't kill me, I will absolutely not find trouble with you in the future. I will also not let my brother find trouble with you. Swear? Duan Lingtian sneered. For a person with such a vicious heart, when faced with the threat of death, could he believe an oath that he made? In any case, he didn't believe it. Duan Lingtian. An abrupt voice sounded. It was Shirlan who spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Shirlan. Shirlan, you wouldn't really believe his nonsense, right? This person can't be left alive. Leaving him alive is also a disaster. Shirlan took a deep breath as she looked at Xiao Fei's face that was dyed with blood. She sighed and said faintly, Duan Lingtian, what Xiao Fei did today is indeed difficult to forgive. But, after all, the three of us are fine, but Xiao Fei has a broken leg. I believe that he has already been taught a lesson. Just let him go, okay? Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not find trouble with you, definitely. Hearing Shirlan pleading for mercy for him, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian and seized the opportunity. Let him go. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Fei and frowned. Shirlan, as far as I'm concerned, letting him go isn't a big deal. But, as far as all of you are concerned, he'll always be an unstable factor. This decision of yours is extremely likely to bring trouble to you and Hu Li. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are concerned about me and Power of Hu. But, Xiao Fei also made an oath earlier. Lan said again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Lan actually believed Xiao Fei's oath. Power of who, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Power of Who and asked. Power of Who went silent, as he was also moved by Lan's words. Looking at Xiao Fei's leg that was torn off by the savage leopard, he sighed and shook his head at Duan Lingtian. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood Power of Who's meaning. Forget it. Since both of you have compassion, then I won't be the bad guy. Duan Lingtian sighed and put away the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. His gaze slowly descended onto Xiao Fei's body. When Xiao Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian put away the 3-foot-long blade, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His entire body powerlessly collapsed onto the ground, and his eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent like ice, causing Xiao Fei to tremble. He looked at Duan Lingtian with some lingering fear in his heart. Now, he didn't dare to speak harsh words to Duan Lingtian. He already knew that although this Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely decisive and ruthless in his actions. Earlier, if it wasn't for Lan and Power of Who not wanting him to die, he wouldn't have survived. I'm warning you. Don't have any crooked ideas after you return. Or else, I'll definitely make you die without a burial ground. At the same time that Duan Lingtian spoke, a terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent rose from his body and enveloped Xiao Fei's body, pressuring Xiao Fei to the point that his face turned pale and his eyes revealed fear. No matter what, Xiao Fei would never have thought that this young man around the age of 20 would actually have such a terrifying killing intent. How many people had he actually killed? He didn't dare to imagine. Do you want to continue going deeper into the primeval forest or return? When Duan Lingtian looked at Lan and Power of Who, the killing intent on his face vanished without a trace and was replaced by a warm smile. Let's return. Lan was slightly dispirited. The events that happened today caused her to feel exhausted. Power of Who nodded in agreement. Then we'll return. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked side by side with Lan and Power of Who. They turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest. As for Xiao Fei, after the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 disappeared before his eyes, he relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to support his body and stand up. Using the grade 7 spirit sword to replace his broken leg, he limped towards the outside of the primeval forest. He knew clearly in his heart that with his current condition, continuing to stay here would absolutely be courting death. Duan Lingtian, Lan, Power of Who? I, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not let you have an easy time. All of you, just wait to suffer the wrath of my brother. Xiao Fei wiped off the bloodstains on his face, and traces of hatred and killing intent flashed past his eyes. The current Xiao Fei, compared to the him who begged for mercy earlier, seemed to have become a completely different person, outside the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 heaved a sigh of relief. After leaving the primeval forest, they didn't have to continue being vigilant if there were any fierce beasts lying dormant in the surroundings. Their strained nerves had all relaxed. Duan Lingtian, you're too formidable. Your current age ought to only be around 20, right? Lan looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of admiration and adoration. I'll be 20 in another month. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In a month's time, he would be 20 years old. Duan Lingtian's words caused Lan and Power of Who to instantly be petrified. Although they'd once suspected that Duan Lingtian might be below the age of 20, but when it really came to Duan Lingtian's own admission, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, as if a tempestuous wave had arisen on the calm surface of the sea, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. 5th level Origin Core Stage Martial Artist below the age of 20. Using monstrous wasn't enough to describe such natural talent. Freak. Power of Who held back for a long time before sending out the 2 words Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would never be able to get away from the title of pervert. Duan Lingtian, how exactly did you cultivate? Shirlan was filled with shock towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age, but she was even more curious about Duan Lingtian's cultivation experience. I don't know either. I casually cultivated to this extent. Duan Lingtian shrugged, then shook his head and smiled. Shirlan, the natural talent of martial artists isn't the same in Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian's natural talent is absolutely top-notch. This is something we can't envy. Power of Hu shook his head, as he knew his own limitations. Even though it's like this, isn't the gap too great? Shirlan blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with intelligence, then she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In next to no time, the group of three had returned to the foot of the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Shirlan, power of Hu. You two shouldn't have let Xiao Fei off today. I keep having the feeling that he won't let it go. Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier and felt slight regret in his heart. If he knew earlier, he would have killed Xiao Fei with a single strike, then he wouldn't have to worry so much like he did now. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Fei does deserve death. But his appearance earlier was truly too pitiful. Moreover, we didn't suffer any harm. I feel that his crime doesn't deserve death. Shirlan faintly sighed, and her eyes emitted a trace of a sentimental brilliance. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Are all women so sentimental? Duan Lingtian, I know you're worried about us. But I presume that Xiao Fei and his older brother wouldn't dare act rashly within the seven-star sword sect. Power of Hu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's done can't be undone, and it was useless for him to continue thinking about it. Chapter 279. After ascending the main peak, Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian notified Shirlan and Hu Li, then walked towards the stone platform where the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak was located. Although it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian was walking on the chain bridge, he still couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart, as he stood on the chain bridge and looked at the nearby mountains of the seven-star sword sect. He had the feeling of looking down on all the mountains. After walking past the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian stepped onto Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform, Duan Lingtian noticed a fierce gaze that flashed over from afar and descended onto him. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A figure slowly walked towards him. This was a middle-aged man, and between his brows was a sense of arrogance, and he had a superior appearance. It's him. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had some impression of this middle-aged man. Yesterday, it was at this place that he'd seen this person. At that time, this person was walking together with the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Qiu. This middle-aged man seemed to be the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder as well, and seemed to be called Zhao Lin. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw this Zhao Lin directly walk before him. He noticed that in the depths of Zhao Lin's gaze, traces of a burning flowing light were actually faintly mixed within, and within this burning flowing light, traces of greed were revealed. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. This Zhao Lin obviously had ulterior motives. Although he didn't know what Zhao Lin's objective was now, but he still subconsciously became vigilant. Duan Lingtian? Zhao Lin stood before Duan Lingtian, his arrogant gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his tone contained a sense of superiority mixed within, as if a superior was speaking to an inferior. Needless to say, Zhao Lin's tone caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely displeased. Elder Zhao Lin, do you need something from me? Duan Lingtian calmly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he asked indifferently. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current attitude, Zhao Lin frowned. An outer sect disciple actually used such a casual tone to speak to him? However, thinking of his purpose, Zhao Lin suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said to Duan Lingtian, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, Zhao Lin turned around and walked towards a remote area at the side of Migres Peak. Zhao Lin's words sounded more like an order to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Zhao Lin walk out, but didn't follow him. Doubt arose in his heart. This Zhao Lin, when I saw him yesterday, he only glanced at me, but also disdained me. Why is he suddenly so interested in me today? Don't tell me he's... Duan Lingtian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of his skin that was as smooth as jade and more delicate than a woman's. Could it be that this Zhao Lin had that kind of hobby? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't follow them. Very quickly, Zhao Lin noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't follow him. When he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian still standing on the spot, his expression was incomparably gloomy. This outer sect disciple actually dared to disobey his orders? A burst of rage arose in Zhao Lin's heart. Within Migres Peak, there wasn't an outer sect disciple that dared disobey his orders. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lin suppressed his rage, then slowly walked over and looked at Duan Lingtian. I asked you to follow me earlier. Didn't you hear? Are you deaf? Thinking that Duan Lingtian might have the thing he wanted, or perhaps know where the thing he wanted was, he gave Duan Lingtian sufficient patience. Elder Zhao Lin, if you have anything to say, then say it here. I'll absolutely not go with you. Duan Lingtian frowned, and didn't waste his breath as he spoke righteously to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face slightly went grim as he shouted in a low voice. Presumptuous. Following Zhao Lin's low shout, many Migres Peak outer court disciples surrounded over, and their curious gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Who's this pretty boy? He actually dared to enrage Elder Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin is famous for his bad temper in our Migres Peak. This pretty boy actually dared to offend him, he's simply courting death. Looks like there's a good show to watch today. The group of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded over wished for the world to be in chaos. What are all of you surrounding over for? All of you move aside. Zhao Lin's face sank when he saw many people gathered in the surroundings, and a trace of worry flashed within his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. The worry that flashed within Zhao Lin's eyes was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. Instantly, his heart jerked. Could it be that I've really guessed correctly? This Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, really has that sort of hobby. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a chill run down his spine, and he secretly cursed in his heart. F***K. Looks like I really have to bask in the sun more. My body that's been reborn after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk actually drew the covetous eyes of this Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin looks like a decent person, but I never imagined that he would have that sort of hobby. After confirming that Zhao Lin had ill intentions towards him, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't allow the surrounding Migres Peak outer court disciples to leave. Elder Zhao Lin, there's nothing shameful between the two of us, why do you want them to leave? Duan Lingtian's words caused the group of Migres Peak disciples that were originally afraid of Zhao Lin's dignity and intended to leave to stop their footsteps. What does he mean by this? I don't know. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Zhao Lin with bewildered expressions. What? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Zhao Lin's face sank and he burst into rage when he heard Duan Lingtian daring to question his decision. Elder Zhao Lin, I naturally don't dare teach you how to do things. But, I want to make something clear here today. Even though my skin is slightly fairer, I absolutely don't have that sort of hobby. So, Elder Zhao Lin, you better give up this thought, I won't go with you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he rubbed his hands with a chill, then looked at Zhao Lin with a face full of disgust. As far as he was concerned, only by exposing Zhao Lin's true face would Zhao Lin give up his plans of coveting him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words could be said to be like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples to be dumbstruck. The gazes the Migres Peak disciples shot at Zhao Lin with became extremely strange. This. So Elder Zhao Lin has that sort of hobby. I really didn't notice in the past. Looks like the reason he was enraged to this pretty boy earlier was because this pretty boy refused him. This pretty boy is really unfortunate. Only his skin is slightly fairer and more tender, but the other places are still filled with manliness. But it's precisely because of this that he actually incurred the coveting of Elder Zhao Lin. Don't speak of it, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples could be considered to have completely understood now. The gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian were filled with pity. Looks like having skin that was too white wasn't a good thing. There was still a certain amount of danger when encountering a special group of people like Elder Zhao Lin. Brother, I pity you. A Migres Peak disciple that stood nearby Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian, then shook his head and sighed. Brother, why don't you follow Elder Zhao Lin? Elder Zhao Lin is an elder of our Migres Peak. If you follow him, then wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want on Migres Peak in the future? Another Migres Peak disciple winked at Duan Ling Tian. I'll leave this opportunity to you. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at this Migres Peak disciple, as he didn't have that sort of hobby. Duan Ling Tian's words and the commotion of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples had now entered into Zhao Lin's ears and eyes, and it allowed him to understand what had happened. This Duan Ling Tian actually thought that he had that sort of hobby. Then he saw the strange gazes that the numerous Migres Peak disciples shot over, and for a moment, Zhao Lin was angered to the point his face went livid. He'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect for many years. When had he lost so much face? What nonsense are all of you talking about? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his sonorous voice sounded out, mixed with frightening coldness. Instantly, everyone present shut their mouths. But the gazes they shot at Zhao Lin were still so strange, so disgusted, so disgusting. Now, they naturally thought that Zhao Lin had flown into a rage out of humiliation. Elder Zhao, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lin and shook his head. Actually, I can understand that you have that sort of hobby. Really? Although I don't have this sort of hobby, but in my hometown, there are still many people like you. However, they wouldn't take this as a disgrace, and most of us wouldn't look down on them because of this. The hometown Duan Ling Tian spoke of now was naturally the Earth of his previous life. On Earth, gays and lesbians weren't a rare thing. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't approve, he wouldn't look down on them. Every single person had the right to choose their own survival, and others had no right to interfere. What? Elder Zhao Lin, you don't believe me? Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zhao Lin was still glaring angrily at him, wishing for nothing more than to pull out his tendons and skin him alive, and he hurriedly added. Elder Zhao Lin, what I said is all true. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. I can understand, I really can understand. I believe that these senior and junior brothers can understand as well, right? As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he looked at the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples. These Migres Peak disciples were originally slightly terrified in their hearts when they saw Zhao Lin become enraged, and now when they heard Duan Ling Tian, all of them instantly seized the opportunity. Yeah, Elder Zhao Lin, you don't have to be embarrassed, we can understand. We can understand. Actually, it's nothing, you just like men and not women. Elder Zhao Lin, don't worry, we'll surely support you. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples comforted Zhao Lin one after another. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian endured Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze and braced himself as he said, Look, listen. So many senior and junior brothers aren't too surprised after knowing that you have that sort of hobby. Everyone understands you and supports you. You. All of you. Chapter 280. Pooh. In the end, Zhao Lin's vital energy and blood roiled, and he was forcefully angered by Duan Ling Tian and the group of Migres Peak disciples to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed all over the ground, dazzling and resplendent. When they saw this scene, the group of Migres Peak disciples including Duan Ling Tian were all shocked to the point of being dumbstruck. Elder Zhao Lin, we're not lying to you, we're really. A Migres Peak disciple looked at Zhao Lin like a rash youth, but he hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Zhao Lin's fierce gaze sweeping over, and he hurriedly shut his mouth obediently. You. Very good. I'll come look for you again. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, then glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian before leaving. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were surrounding together opened up a path. After Zhao Lin left, the group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained slight pity mixed within. "Brother, looks like Elder Zhao Lin won't let you off so easily. Take care. Brother, you can only rely on yourself, we're powerless to help. Brother, don't be so white when you reincarnate in your next life. Even women would probably be envious of your skin. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that you'll be coveted by Elder Zhao Lin." One by one, the Migres Peak disciples spoke to Duan Lingtian. They shook their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian standing on the spot, dumbstruck, and not reacting in the slightest, then turned around and left. "Looks like he's already been scared silly by Elder Zhao Lin. I really don't know if he's unlucky or lucky. Our Migres Peak has so many disciples, yet Elder Zhao Lin just happened to fancy him. So, men must never be too white or else they'll be coveted by people like Elder Zhao Lin." When these Migres Peak disciples left, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The gaze Zhao Lin shot at him before leaving made him realize that this matter didn't seem to be so simple. Could it be that he doesn't have that sort of hobby? I've misunderstood him. Duan Lingtian could see that when Zhao Lin was so angry that he vomited blood, the cold gaze in his eyes was not a gaze of anger. Zhao Lin didn't seem like someone who had that kind of hobby. However, if he doesn't have that sort of hobby, why would he have that sort of greedy gaze when he looked at me? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with confusion. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. However, this time around, I have completely offended that Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't care too much about it. That Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak after all, and with the sect rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect placed there, he ought to not dare rashly punish him in public. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian strode out and prepared to return to the stalactite cave. When he thought of that Zhao Lin from before, Duan Lingtian always felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. After observing the surroundings for a while, he gritted his teeth and went wherever he saw the most people. Before long, he followed the streams of people that were in groups of 3 to 5 and circled more than half of Migres Peak. He spent an entire half an hour. My spiritual force is insufficient to sense void-prying stage martial artists. Even if a void-prying stage martial artist was following me, I wouldn't notice in the slightest. However, even if it was a void-prying stage martial artist, it wouldn't be so easy to follow me. Duan Lingtian believed that after circling around for this half an hour, even if that Zhao Lin was really following him, he would surely have been shaken off by him. As the king of weapons kings on earth in his previous life, Duan Lingtian still had this bit of confidence. Before long, Duan Lingtian felt at ease as he found a small path and headed directly towards the peak of Migres Peak. If that Zhao Lin was really following him, then he would probably never have imagined that his residence and cultivation location was actually at the peak of Migres Peak. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, halfway up Migres Peak, Zhao Lin stood there with a gloomy and unsightly expression. That kid actually shook me off. Could it be that he noticed me? When he recalled how Duan Lingtian practically chose places with a lot of people all along the way, he was slightly doubtful in his heart. Now, Duan Lingtian running away right under his nose and shaking him off even deepened the doubt in his heart. That kid is at most an origin core stage martial artist. How could he possibly shake me off? It's surely his luck. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he didn't believe that a young man around the age of 20 was able to shake him off. He was a void-prying stage martial artist. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had returned to the stalactite cave within the cliff. Glancing at the two little pythons that were still snoring loudly, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Subsequently, he sat on the stone platform and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Form. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian noticed something through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It turned out that the quake energy bestowed upon him by the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WIRM Python form, could be improved as well, When he was at the fourth level of the origin core stage, it only allowed the origin energy within his body to develop the quake energy. Later on, along with the improvement of his cultivation, the quake energy would improve as well. Now, I'm only at the fourth level of the origin core stage, and the quake energy is already so terrifying. If I continue to improve, then wouldn't the quake energy be even more heaven-defying? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, his gaze abruptly shone, and his face was filled with joy and anticipation. After entering the primeval forest today, he deeply experienced the might of the quake energy, and it could absolutely be said to be heaven-defying. Originally, with his cultivation at the third level of the origin core stage and relying on a grade 8 spirit sword, he was still unable to break open the skin of the fourth level origin core stage elephant rhino, but when he utilized the quake energy, the grade 7 spirit sword directly pierced into the skull of the elephant rhino as easily as crushing dry weeds, and even shattered the skull of the elephant rhino, killing the elephant rhino. The quake energy was an extremely overbearing method of exerting strength. It transcended martial skills. And the sixth level origin core stage savage leopard was the same. He was directly killed by him like cutting tofu. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian started cultivating even more diligently. With my current natural talent, relying on an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above, I'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the fifth level of the origin core stage within 3 months. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence towards his current self. Since he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent couldn't be compared to the past. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian once again closed his eyes and started cultivating bitterly. He cultivated all the way until the second day before waking up, and he was awoken by hunger. After casually roasting a suckling pig and eating it, Duan Lingtian burped, then left the stalactite cave and left the peak, intending to head to the Migres Peaks Trade Hall, which was the vast building behind the chain bridge. When he left the primeval forest yesterday, Shirlan and Huli equally split the gains from the primeval forest. Originally, Shirlan and Huli wanted to give the crippled wolf and elephant rhino's inner cores to him, but he refused, as in that way, it wouldn't be considered an equal split. In the end, he only took the crippled wolf's inner core. Now, he was intending to head to the trade hall and use the crippled wolf's inner core to exchange for some materials. The materials he needed were precisely the materials required for the Blaze inscription. The Blaze inscription was an offensive inscription that was capable of annihilating a half-step void stage expert. The main material of the Blaze inscription was the silver flame grass, and he'd already obtained it from the Black Wind City's Ma Clan auction house on the way to the 7-Star Sword Sect. Although he'd prepared some of the remaining materials, one of them was incomplete. If he wanted to inscribe the Blaze inscription, then that material must be sufficient. So, he thought of the Migres Peaks Trade Hall. Within the trade hall, besides the Migres Peak disciples being able to use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons from the Migres Peaks alchemy elders and weapons crafting elders, Migres Peak disciples would frequently carry out some private transactions between themselves. The crippled leopard's inner core couldn't be considered to be precious, but it was still extremely difficult to obtain. As for the material that Duan Lingtian required, although it was rare, it wasn't of much use to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. So, Duan Lingtian only spent half an hour to successfully exchange for it. Using a material that he didn't need to exchange for the crippled leopard's inner core in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Migres Peak disciple's face bloomed with a smile. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as well. He was finally able to inscribe the Blaze inscription. Right when Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home and intended to return to inscribe the Blaze inscription, he saw Zhao Lin once again. "You're really like a ghost that won't go away." Zhao Lin blocked his path, and his gaze descended onto him. "Elder Zhao Lin, is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian didn't evade and directly walked over as he asked with a frown. Now, he could almost be sure that Zhao Lin ought to not have that sort of special hobby, but why did this Zhao Lin target him and not let him go? This was something that was difficult for him to understand. So now, he urgently wanted to know the reason. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and when he thought of what happened yesterday, his eyes couldn't help but emit a strand of dense killing intent. What happened yesterday had already spread throughout the entire Migres Peak. Now, no matter where he went to Migres Peak, he could sense numerous strange gazes looking at him. He believed that according to this trend, it wouldn't be long before the entire Seven-Star Sword sect would think that he really had that sort of hobby. His reputation was practically destroyed. And the initiator of all this was the young man that stood before him now, an ordinary Migres Peak disciple. He'd already made a decision in his heart. Once his goal was achieved and he obtained what he wanted, he would surely think of a way to kill this Migres Peak disciple to vent the hatred in his heart. Duan Ling Tian had lived 2 lifetimes, and in his previous life, he was even a weapons specialist that walked out from a rain of bullets and mountains of corpses, so he was naturally able to sense the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his face sank. "Elder Zhao Lin, speak frankly if you have something to say." Chapter 281. 10,000-Year Stalactite Milk. Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard Zhao Lin, but he still pretended as if nothing had happened on the surface. The first thought in his heart was, how does this Zhao Lin know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Since he discovered the 10,000-year stalactite milk until now, besides him and the 2 little girls, there was absolutely no 4th person that knew of it. This was something he was incomparably sure of. Of course, he believed that it was absolutely impossible for it to be the 2 little girls that leaked the news. Then here came the question. How the heck did this Zhao Lin know? Elder Zhao Lin, what did you say earlier? What's stalactite milk? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Is there a misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and his gaze was calm as he looked at Zhao Lin and frowned slightly with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in his ability to control the changes in his expression. He believed that even if Zhao Lin carefully sized him up now, it would be impossible for Zhao Lin to discern any inkling from his expression. Misunderstanding? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, you're really good at pretending, as if you really don't know about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But you can't deceive me. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean? What did I pretend about? Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face was still enveloped in a layer of bewilderment, as he wasn't affected by Zhao Lin's words in the slightest. What do I mean? Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the changes on your body have already completely betrayed you. I heard from Elder Lu Qiu that when you just entered our 7-star sword sect a few days ago, your skin was bronze-colored, but in a single night, you made yourself undergo a complete transformation, and your skin even became tender like an infant's. At this point, Zhao Lin paused and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I've once read about the 10,000-year stalactite milk in an ancient book. The changes in your body are definitely related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. So, you don't have to hide anything from me because you can't deceive me at all. What Zhao Lin said caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Zhao Lin knew about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It turned out that the problem was all because of him. This Zhao Lin had thought of the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the changes in his body. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he lightly smiled. Elder Zhao Lin, I think you've misunderstood. Before this, I didn't even know what the 10,000-year stalactite milk was. As for the rebirth you mentioned, it should have something to do with my cultivation method. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't admit that he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think you can deceive me like this? Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Elder Zhao Lin, it's up to you to believe me or not. I didn't ask you to believe me. I only want to tell Elder Zhao Lin that Cloud Continent is extremely large, and it isn't only the 10,000-year stalactite milk that you spoke of that is able to undergo rebirth. Just like the cultivation method I cultivate, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it can similarly undergo rebirth. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Zhao Lin as he slowly deceived him. Zhao Lin frowned. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, any change in expression on Duan Lingtian's face couldn't escape his observation. Especially Duan Lingtian's eyes, they were the most important part of his observation. Gradually, even if Zhao Lin confirmed it again earlier, his heart couldn't help but waver. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't spoken without thinking. The vastness of Cloud Continent was far beyond his imagination. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was something he'd seen in an ancient book. Before this, he utterly didn't know of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk and the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Now when he saw the change in Zhao Lin's expression, he knew that Zhao Lin was wavering. His objective had been achieved. You really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with coldness and fierceness. The imposing aura of a void-prying stage martial artist pressed down onto Duan Lingtian's body. Even though this imposing aura was utterly nothing to Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian still intentionally shook his body and took a deep breath, causing his face to go completely red. Then he said with a trembling voice, Elder Zhao Lin. Everything I said is true. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to firmly guard his heart under the circumstances of him exerting his imposing aura and there wasn't much change in his expression, Zhao Lin didn't doubt him any longer. He believed that no matter how good Duan Lingtian was at acting, it would absolutely be impossible for Duan Lingtian to continue acting under the imposing aura of his void-prying stage martial artist. When he saw Zhao Lin's current expression, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that Zhao Lin had already eliminated his suspicion towards him. As for why Zhao Lin would eliminate his suspicion towards him so easily, he naturally knew the reason, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Does this Zhao Lin really think that a mere first-level void-prying stage imposing aura is able to make me bow down? Wishful thinking. Elder Zhao Lin, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhao Lin and bid his farewells before leaving with large strides. This time, Zhao Lin didn't stop him. He turned around and his eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian's departing figure, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he muttered. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? A cultivation technique that's able to carry out rebirth? Looks like I still have to pay more attention to this Duan Lingtian. If the cultivation technique he cultivates is really able to bring about the effect of rebirth like the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's eyes abruptly lit up, and traces of greed and burning desire were faintly mixed within. Zhao Lin's gaze caused the surrounding Migres Peak disciples to feel a chill run down their spines, and they moved aside one after another, deeply afraid that they would be targeted. Oh my god! Elder Zhao Lin actually made that pretty boy leave. Could it be that he succeeded? Didn't you notice Elder Zhao Lin's gaze now? I reckon he ought to have succeeded. That brother is truly pitiful. He was unable to escape Elder Zhao Lin's evil clutches in the end. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know all this. After he went around Zhao Lin, he shuttled back and forth into the crowd of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak, and he finally circled around for half an hour to confirm that it was impossible for him to be followed. Then he once again headed towards the peak of the peak. On the way, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. So close. When he thought of what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had a slight lingering fear in his heart, as he was almost exposed. Never had he imagined that Zhao Lin would actually be able to link the changes on his skin to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, Zhao Lin had guessed correctly. Luckily, Zhao Lin had been fooled by him now, and for a short period of time, Zhao Lin ought to not come looking for trouble with him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian once again jumped down the precipice at the peak of Migres Peak, passing through the clouds and missed to descend onto the tilted tree. He returned to the stalactite cave behind the cave passageway on the precipice. Taking out a pile of materials, Duan Lingtian started inscribing the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was an inscription that was able to annihilate a half-step void stage existence after all, and the spiritual force consumed by just one inscription was equivalent to 3 bone corrosion inscriptions. When he finished inscribing the last step, Duan Lingtian's eyelids drooped and he fell into a deep sleep. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he slept for. In his drowsy state, he had a dream. In his dream, he once again saw the void stage expert, Sun Rui, that he'd met in the misty forest. After Sun Rui trampled on his dignity, he even attacked him, and a terrifying energy swept over to envelop his body. Ah! Duan Lingtian instantly woke up with a start, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. Sun Rui. I'll sooner or later go to the Black Fiend sect to look for you. He'd had the same dream no less than 10 times in these past few years. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Sun Rui's existence would become his nightmare. The scene from all those years ago was still vivid in his mind when he recalled it now. He knew that if he wanted to eliminate this nightmare, he had to start from Sun Rui. Only by stepping on Sun Rui beneath his feet would he be able to completely crush this nightmare and make it not appear again. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. At the side of the spatial ring, he could vaguely see complicated markings that formed into a ball of miniature flame markings. This was the blazing flame inscription. Now that Xiong Quan isn't by my side, my strongest ability is this blaze inscription. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his gaze focused. However, even if it's the blaze inscription, it's useless against a void prying stage martial artist. Just like that Zhao Lin, although he's only a first-level void prying stage martial artist, it's impossible for my blaze inscription to deal with him. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Although he'd already eliminated Zhao Lin's suspicion towards him, in his subconscious, he always felt that with Zhao Lin's character, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Never mind, this is the 7-star sword sect after all. So long as a 7-star sword sect disciple is present, he probably wouldn't dare rashly make a move against me. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he knew that he was thinking too much. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak after all. Unless there was a legitimate reason, otherwise, Zhao Lin wouldn't dare rashly make a move against him. So hungry. Before long, Duan Lingtian roasted another suckling pig, and he started eating with large bites. This was also the last suckling pig that Duan Lingtian stored away. Although he had many spatial rings in his possession, most of them were only grade 7 spirit weapons with limited space, and could only accommodate a certain amount of suckling pigs. Looks like I have to store some food appropriately. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In terms of food, he'd never mistreated himself, because he knew that only by eating well would he be able to have more strength and obtain twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. If he were to eat something similar to dry rations that didn't have any nutrition, it wouldn't have any benefits to his body. Chapter 282. The Migres Peaks Trade Hall traded a wide variety of things, and included the meat of various wild beasts and fierce beasts. Duan Lingtian came to the trade hall once again and spent some silver to buy a large amount of wild beast meat that had been frozen, filling a few spatial rings. Duan Lingtian walked out of the trade hall, and when he was about to leave, he seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the distance. On the chain bridge, 2 figures stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform. These were 2 young men, and like him, they were both 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these 2 people. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. After recognizing the 2 people, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. When Duan Lingtian saw the 2 people that had just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and instantly, a wisp of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. It's him. He's finally appeared. After the 2 young men saw Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with excitement, and wind blew beneath their feet as they flashed out in the blink of an eye. Movement technique utilized to the limit. Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 people flashing towards him, and he wasn't surprised. He withdrew his gaze from the two people and completely disregarded them as he walked towards the Migres Peaks mountain path. But, would these two people allow him to leave just like this? The answer was no. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if two gusts of wind blew past, and the two young men blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian, you still want to run? The young man that spoke was precisely the outer court disciple that selected Duan Lingtian to go to Migres Peak a few days ago when Duan Lingtian had just entered the 7-Star Sword sect. He was also one of the 3 7-Star Sword sect disciples that Duan Lingtian ordered Xiong Quan to throw out of the restaurant 10 days ago at the Black Bamboo City restaurant. Duan Lingtian remembered that this person seemed to be called Hua Xian. On that day, when he had just arrived at Migres Peak, Hua Xian had displayed hostility towards him at every turn, as if he wished for nothing more than to kill him. Later on, when he went to collect his outer disciple uniform, he was surprised to find that Hua Xian had left. At that time, he had suspected that Hua Xian had discovered that he was not as simple as he seemed, but now, it seemed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Hua Xian would not have stopped him now. Duan Lingtian. Today, I, Yuan Wu, will settle the enmity of what happened in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. The young man beside Hua Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a vicious glint in his eyes, as if he was about to devour him. Duan Lingtian had a slight impression of this young man. He was precisely the other 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciple that was thrown out of the restaurant by Xiong Quan. Now, besides the inner court disciple that hadn't come, the other 2 7-Star Sword sect disciples from before had all arrived. Oh? How are you going to settle this with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits as he asked with a calm tone. Humph. Yuan Wu sneered, and dense flames leaped about within his eyes. Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me? Life and death arena? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Yuan Wu, and his face slightly sank. A life and death arena, only 7-Star Sword sect disciples that had irreconcilable enmity with each other would choose to step into it and carry out a life and death battle, not stopping until one of them was dead. Life and death arena? Yuan Wu's voice wasn't soft, and it was heard by a few Migres Peak outer court disciples that passed by, and they exclaimed in low voices before instantly surrounding them. In next to no time, more and more Migres Peak disciples surrounded them. It's senior brother Hua Xian and the Mizar Peak senior brother Yuan Wu. In next to no time, someone recognized Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he'd once had a farce with Zhao Lin here, but the people that had an impression of him were far less than the people that had an impression of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. You're called Yuan Wu. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, I feel that I can't be considered to have any enmity with you that day. The enmity between us was caused by all of you first. If it wasn't for all of you wanting to force a deal, would I ask my servant to throw all of you out? At the bottom of it all of this was brought upon by all of you. Now, you want to invite me, an outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-Star Sword sect, to ascend the life and death arena for a battle because of such a small matter? Don't you think it's going too far? As he finished speaking, traces of cold lights were suffused within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He wasn't afraid of ascending the life and death arena. However, this Yuan Wu wanted to invite him onto the life and death arena to kill him for the small matter from that day, causing a ball of flames to be unable to refrain from arising within his heart. So that's how it is. Looks like it ought to be that this junior brother had a conflict with senior brother Yuan Wu before he entered the sect. Force a deal. If it's really like this, then senior brother Yuan Wu is going too far. Then isn't it even more excessive now? Senior brother Yuan Wu is a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Supposedly he's about to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Inviting an outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-Star Sword sect to ascend the life and death arena, isn't this bullying the weak? Actually it's nothing, so long as this junior brother refuses. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples couldn't refrain from discussing animatedly. Yuan Wu's brows frowned when he heard the surrounding discussions, and his face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Small matter? Excessive? It's still the first time that I, Yuan Wu, have suffered such humiliation since I was born. In the heart of I, Yuan Wu, you, Duan Ling Tian, are my absolutely irreconcilable enemy, an enemy that I intend to kill. As he finished speaking, traces of bloodthirsty coldness were mixed within Yuan Wu's tone. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Yuan Wu started laughing when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Of course, I know that you surely don't have the guts to accept my life and death arena agreement. But I'll say the ugly words first. If you don't agree to my life and death arena agreement today, then in the future, I'll heavily injure you every time I see you. So long as I don't kill or cripple you, then the sex rules can't do anything to me. As he finished speaking, the smile on Yuan Wu's face had traces of madness mixed within. Me too. Hua Xian spoke out as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Lingtian, what Yuan Wu said earlier is what I want to say as well. If you don't dare agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena agreement today, then you won't have a place to stand on Migres Peak in the future. As expected, the moment Hua Xian spoke out, it caused a stir amongst the surrounding Migres Peak disciples. Senior brother Hua Xian has enmity with this junior brother as well. Oh my god! This junior brother has only just entered our 7-star sword sect, and he's already offended 2 4th-level Origin Core stage senior brothers? This is too awesome. I have to admire him. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with a contradictory combination of admiration and pity. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's courage for daring to offend Hua Xian and Yuan Wu was praiseworthy. However, now he instead had to suffer the wrath of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and his end was obvious. It would surely be extremely tragic. Hua Xian, you want to kill me as well? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then looked calmly at Hua Xian as he asked with a low voice. Of course. Hua Xian practically didn't hesitate in the slightest as he replied coldly, and his tone was filled with traces of viciousness. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were overbearing in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City that day, and they helped another 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, desiring to forcefully buy his jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Later on, he only asked Xiong Quan to throw them out and lightly punish them. He felt that he'd already shown mercy. But today, not only did these two people not have the slightest bit of regret for their mistakes that day, they instead viciously wanted to kill him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered, and traces of killing intent couldn't help but jump about in his heart. Duan Lingtian, have you decided now? Do you want to accept my agreement on the life and death arena and ask me to give you a quick death? Or do you want me and Hua Xian to slowly torture you in the future? Yuan Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Right when he was about to speak. Isn't this junior brother that brother from 2 days ago? I wouldn't have remembered if you didn't say it. It's really him. I heard he seems to have already submitted to Elder Zhao Lin. What? He's the gigolo that followed Elder Zhao Lin? Look at his tender skin that can be broken with a flick of a finger. There probably isn't a second person in our Migres Peak that has it. It ought to be him. Some of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was almost angered to death when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples. When did I submit to Elder Zhao Lin? Whereas Duan Lingtian also noticed that after Hua Xian and Yuan Wu heard the discussions of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, their faces went grim, and when they looked at him once more, their eyes contained slight disgust and fear. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. I truly never imagined that you'd get involved with Elder Zhao Lin as soon as you arrived at Migres Peak. Although Hua Xian had noticed earlier that Duan Lingtian's skin had become white, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he heard the discussions of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, he couldn't help but recall the matter that was spread and gave rise to much discussion in the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak these past few days. The Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, had a special hobby and took a fancy to a pretty boy disciple of Migres Peak, and the latter seemed to have submitted to him. When he thought of Zhao Lin, Hua Xian couldn't help but be slightly fearful in his heart. If this Duan Lingtian really had that layer of relationship with Zhao Lin, then he and Yuan Wu probably wouldn't be able to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, was something they couldn't afford to offend. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Yuan Wu's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, then looked at the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were still discussing, and his expression was unsightly as he abruptly shouted out explosively. Enough! Instantly, all the Migres Peak disciples went silent, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian had an extra sense of hostility. Then they started to make a ruckus. I heard senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu say earlier that this pretty boy seems to be called Duan Lingtian. What a waste of such a good name. An outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to shout in front of us? Don't forget, he has Elder Zhao Lin's support now. Chapter 283. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he wished for nothing more than to tear the mouths of all these Migres Peak disciples into pieces. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from afar, and then everyone was able to see a middle-aged man walking over with large strides. Elder Zhao Lin! Elder Zhao Lin! The crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples instantly shut their mouths when they saw the person in question had arrived, and they didn't dare discuss rashly. What are all of you gathered here for? Zhao Lin frowned as he swept the crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples present, then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu who stood opposite Duan Lingtian. Before long, a few Migres Peak disciples that wished for the world to be in chaos spoke of the sequence of events. Zhao Lin's gaze quickly descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Instantly, the faces of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu went pale, and their hearts were filled with nervousness. As far as they were concerned, if Zhao Lin and Duan Lingtian really had the kind of relationship in the rumors, then they would surely be out of luck today. Looks like senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu are going to be out of luck. Elder Zhao Lin will surely stand up for Duan Lingtian. Most of the Migres Peak disciples present had the same thoughts as Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, you intend to invite Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena? Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto Yuan Wu as he slowly asked. A trace of a sheen lit up in the depths of his eyes. As far as he was concerned, this might be a chance to probe Duan Lingtian. He was filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. He wanted to know if the rebirth in Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, was similar to the rebirth bestowed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and was able to improve one's natural talent in the martial Dao. If he could prove that the two were the same, he would definitely obtain this set of cultivation techniques from Duan Lingtian. However, when Yuan Wu heard Zhao Lin's question, he thought that Zhao Lin was going to denounce him. Elder Zhao Lin, I was wrong. I didn't know that Duan Lingtian was one of your people. What? Duan Lingtian is my man? Zhao Lin's face darkened as he said angrily, could it be that you also believe in those unfounded rumors? Yuan Wu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Lin to have such a big reaction. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly glanced at Yuan Wu, if you're worried about me, then you can rest assured. I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. If Duan Lingtian really has an irreconcilable enmity with you, then continue to invite him to the life and death arena. The life and death arena of Migres Peak hasn't seen blood for many years, I'm looking forward to it as well. Whoosh! Zhao Lin's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all surprised. Could it be that Elder Zhao Lin really isn't related to Duan Lingtian? Of course. Elder Zhao Lin has already spoken out now. Whether Duan Lingtian lives or dies has nothing to do with him. How could they possibly be related? Exactly, if it was you, would you ask your sweetheart to go to the life and death arena to throw away his life? Although Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely uncomfortable, as if he was instigating Yuan Wu to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. But now that he'd imperceptibly separated himself from Zhao Lin, it caused him to heave a sigh of relief. It was fine if others misunderstood him. But this, he wasn't willing to be misunderstood. Yuan Wu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of an evil smile. Hua Xian, who stood by his side, had a face full of smiles as well. Looks like they'll be able to carry out their revenge as they wished. Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's expressions were all noticed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. If Yuan Wu and Hua Xian were really stubborn, then he wouldn't be merciful. There was a ball of flames burning within Duan Lingtian's heart, and it could erupt at any moment. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Yuan Wu take 2 steps forward and look at him. Duan Lingtian, what's your decision? Will you agree to battle on the life and death arena with me or refuse? Let me and Hua Xian slowly torture you in the days to come. A smile of victory appeared on the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth. As if Duan Lingtian was only a piece of meat on his chopping board. Along with Yuan Wu once again issuing a life and death arena agreement to Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian. They didn't feel that Duan Lingtian would agree. After all, Yuan Wu was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, whereas Duan Lingtian was only an Outer Court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, he seemed to be around 20 years old. As far as they were concerned. At such an age, his cultivation would at most be at the 1st level of the Origin Core stage. Zhao Lin stood in the distance and indifferently stared at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Just as he'd said earlier, whether Duan Lingtian lived or died was completely unrelated to him. What he wanted to confirm was if the rebirth of the cultivation method Duan Lingtian cultivated, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, was able to increase a martial artist's natural talent. Duan Lingtian. Hua Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a vicious expression. If you refuse, then so long as you dare show yourself in the future, I'll break all the bones in your body, then let you slowly recover. You won't have the time to cultivate in the days to come, because all your time will be used to recuperate. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Hua Xian. Senior brother Hua Xian is too ruthless. Looks like senior brother Hua Xian really hates Duan Lingtian. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he didn't hate to the extreme, would he invite Duan Lingtian to the life and death arena? Hua Xian's words caused the flames that burned in Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to be suppressed any longer, and it was completely vented out. Hua Xian. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hua Xian, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. I can agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena agreement. But, I have a request. What request? Speak. Hua Xian hadn't spoken when he heard Duan Lingtian when Yuan Wu's gaze abruptly lit up as he asked anxiously. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was willing to ascend the life and death arena and carry out a life and death battle with him, so long as the request wasn't too excessive, he could agree to it. What request? Hua Xian frowned as he asked. I hope that there are 3 people that ascend the life and death arena today. If you're unwilling to agree, then I won't ascend the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Xian and spoke of his request. 3 people? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian wants to find a helper? The life and death arena has always been a one-on-one life and death battle. Duan Lingtian actually shamelessly wants to find a helper. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar, as they all felt that Duan Lingtian's request was too excessive. What? You want to find a helper? Hua Xian sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like you have self-awareness, and know that it's impossible for you to be a match for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu frowned. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would put forward such an excessive request. Hua Xian, I think you're mistaken. I don't want to find a helper. When Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples, then heard Hua Xian's words, he knew that everyone had misunderstood what he meant. You don't want to find a helper? Then why did you put forward that request? Hua Xian and Yuan Wu practically spoke out in unison, and the two pairs of eyes they looked at Duan Ling Tian emitted dense and vicious coldness. Humph. Duan Ling Tian said coldly, since your comprehension ability is so poor, then I'll be more direct. I can ascend the life and death arena, but I don't wish for me to only have one opponent. I hope to be able to battle both of you at the same time on the life and death arena. I'll battle both of you by myself. A battle of life and death, not stopping until one of us dies. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his voice was resolute, and it possessed an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. Didn't both of you want me to ascend the life and death arena? Then I'll ascend. Moreover, not only do I, Duan Ling Tian, want to ascend, but I also want to battle both of you by myself. At the same time, within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, battle intent and killing intent converged together and rose up. Hot blood boiled in his entire body. Following Duan Ling Tian's voice as soon as he finished speaking, the scene was deathly silent, silent to the point it was terrifying. Now, even if a needle was thrown onto the ground, perhaps one could clearly hear the sound. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck. As they looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that stood there, at this instant, a portion of the Migres Peak disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian was so tall, tall like a mountain, as if he transformed into an invincible god of war, causing heartfelt admiration to arise from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention anything else. Duan Ling Tian daring to say this courage was already worthy of their admiration. Even if Duan Ling Tian was killed on the life and death arena today, it would be a glorious death, and they would remember it in their hearts. This was an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and dared challenge 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists on the life and death arena. Of course, there was also a portion of the Migres Peak disciples that were disdainful when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Overestimating your ability. A mere outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-star sword sect dares be so arrogant? Wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle 2 senior brothers? Simply courting death. In my opinion, he probably feels that if he faces senior brother Yuan Wu alone, he won't die quickly enough. I think so as well. If senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu were to attack together, this Duan Ling Tian would probably be killed in a single move. Nearby, Zhao Lin's brows raised as he looked at the distant Duan Ling Tian, seeming to be lost in thought, and his heart jerked. Is this Duan Ling Tian really confident, or is he overestimating his ability? He urgently wanted to know the answer now. Ha 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 ha, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu glanced at each other, and after having astonished expressions, they couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Their laughter was filled with traces of disdain. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you want to ascend the life and death arena to battle with the 2 of us? Chapter 284. The 7-star sword sect had a total of 7 life and death arenas. As one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, the Migres Peak had a life and death arena as well. The Migres Peak's life and death arena was a platform located halfway up the mountain, and it was covered with a layer of crimson-red bricks that seemed to be dyed with blood, causing one's hair to stand on end with a glance. Normally, the platform where the life and death arena was located was completely quiet, and very few people would come here. But today, it was completely seething with excitement. Today, someone would ascend the life and death arena and undergo a bloody battle that wouldn't end until death. Let's leave quickly. We won't be able to see it if we're late. I've been at Migres Peak for 2 years, and today is the first time I've heard of someone ascending the life and death arena to undergo a life and death battle. We absolutely can't miss it. Supposedly, our Migres Peak's life and death arena hasn't seen blood for many years. On Migres Peak, so long as the Migres Peak disciples received the news, no matter what they were doing, practically all of them put down what they were doing and swarmed over. The life and death arena was a high platform that was piled up at the center of the vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Presently, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with Migres Peak disciples. The gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples descended onto the three figures on the life and death arena. Why are there three people on the life and death arena? Instantly, some people had bewildered expressions and asked curiously. Before long, someone told them the sequence of events, and they came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. Their gazes couldn't help but descend onto the young man around the age of 20 on the life and death arena, and they felt their scalps go numb. This young man is the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian that entered the Seven-Star Sword sect a few days ago? The Duan Lingtian that wants to have a life and death battle with two 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists on the life and death arena? Around the age of 20. No matter how heaven-defying his natural talent in the martial Dao is, he's at most at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage. Yeah, he actually dares ascend the life and death arena to battle with 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists. Moreover, it's two 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists. He's simply courting death. Young people nowadays are all so impulsive. Similar discussions rose and fell in succession in the surroundings of the life and death arena. On the life and death ring, Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain, his face calm. Even though the surroundings were in an uproar, he remained unmoved as he calmly stared at Hua Xian and Yuan Wu who were standing opposite him. Duan Lingtian, today, Yuan Wu and I will join hands to send you to the afterlife. A single exchange. Yuan Wu and I only need a single exchange to kill you. Since you gave me the chance to kill you, I will be merciful and give you a quick death. Hua Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain, because it will only take an instant for you to die. Yuan Wu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you should be regretting it now, right? Just for an infant gold for mouse, you offended us and are about to be killed by us. But unfortunately, senior brother Fan isn't here. Otherwise, I believe he would be extremely interested in today's scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. Regret? Perhaps he would regret some things, but it was impossible for him to regret this matter. Even if that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was present, he still wouldn't have the slightest bit of regret. Oh. Duan Lingtian, did you hear the discussions of these senior brothers? Listen, listen. They're all saying you're overestimating your ability, saying you're courting death. I really don't know where you got the courage to actually invite the two of us to battle on the life and death arena at the same time. Hua Xian laughed loudly as his gaze swept the surroundings of the life and death arena, and his laughter was filled with arrogance and complacency. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Hua Xian that the two women by your side that are beautiful like flowers and can be called peerless have come to the 7-star sword sect as well. You can be at ease, once you're killed by us, we'll help you take good care of them. Ha ha ha. As Yuan Wu spoke, he started laughing loudly as well, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by him and Hua Xian. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally changed. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it meant death. His reverse scale was undoubtedly these two little girls. This Yuan Wu actually dared to profane his women. Yuan Wu. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the killing intent on his body shot into the sky, and his eyes were suffused with a demonic crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Completely enraged. Presently, Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped by killing intent, as if he transformed into a bloodthirsty Asura that walked out from the depths of hell. His 7-star sword sect outer court disciple's attire fluttered without the wind. What? You're angry. Yuan Wu's face bloomed with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's current appearance, then he said to the nearby Hua Xian. Hua Xian, of those two women, I like the one with a hot figure. You won't fight with me for her, right? Of course not. The other one isn't bad as well, delicate and pitiful, to my liking. Hua Xian licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted traces of lust. Slap! Duan Lingtian's eyes had almost completely transformed into a crimson-red color, and the hairband that bound his long hair instantly broke, his long hair spread out, fluttering without the wind, and it was peerlessly graceful. Hua Xian, you said earlier that you can kill me in a single move, right? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with traces of a gloomy aura, as if it came from the depths of hell, and when it entered the ears of the crowd of Migra's peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. Exactly. Yuan Wu and I join forces, and we only need a single move, an instant, and it's sufficient to kill you. After you die, Yuan Wu and I will surely take good care of the two beauties by your side. You can go with peace of mind. Ha ha ha. Hua Xian had discerned that Duan Lingtian was enraged to the limit, and he intentionally infuriated Duan Lingtian a step further. When he saw Duan Lingtian like this, he felt a wave of delight for no reason or rhyme in his heart. Hua Xian, I'm slightly impatient now. That beauty is probably waiting for me now. Yuan Wu laughed slyly, and cooperated with Hua Xian to provoke Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, their actions were indeed useful. And it also caused the rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to soar to the limit. Raging flames charged into the sky. A single move, right? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were suffused with an icy cold and emotionless gaze as it descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and his voice was icy cold and hoarse. A single move, and both of you will die without a doubt. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd of Migra's peak disciples that were causing a ruckus around the life and death arena went silent for a moment. What did this Duan Lingtian say? Kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move? They were all dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words. On the life and death arena, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were stunned as well, and were the first to react. Hua Xian sneered. Duan Lingtian, I say, you're dreaming, right? Kill us in a single move? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if I give you another 5 years, you might not be able to do it. Wishful thinking. Yuan Wu's eyes emitted a cold light, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Alright, Yuan Wu, let's begin. Hua Xian grinned, his smile was filled with wickedness, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was as if he was looking at a dead person. In his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Along with the raging origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade. Whoosh! Above Hua Xian, 76 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in Yuan Wu's hand. The number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above him was exactly the same as the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Hua Xian, 76 of them, 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists. 2 Grade 7 spirit swords. This was the strength of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. And now, the crowd of Migra's peak disciples around the life and death arena that were dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words successively recovered from their shock. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian when they looked at him again were filled with disdain. This Duan Lingtian has really gone mad. Kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move? Simply the ravings of a lunatic. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu are both 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, and both possess Grade 7 spirit swords. Even a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist that possesses a Grade 7 spirit sword wouldn't dare say that he's able to kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move when they join forces. Perhaps, this is him trying to boost his courage before his death. All the Migra's peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena were filled with disdain towards what Duan Lingtian said earlier. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was bound to be killed by Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Outside the life and death arena, Zhao Lin stood there and looked at the scene before him, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. Arrogance requires strength as well. Without strength, one can only be meat on the chopping board of another, and be at the mercy of others. But in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Heavens! What did he see? No. Impossible. How could this be possible? This isn't real. Absolutely not real. Unbelievable. Around the life and death arena, the Migres Peak disciples that were mocking Duan Lingtian a moment ago now stared blankly at the sky above Duan Lingtian. What did they see? Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and in the end, condensed into 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Following the appearance of a 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian, the strength of a total of 72 ancient mammoths. Presently, the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 8 spirit sword he refined himself, and was able to amplify strength by 20%. He didn't use a grade 7 spirit sword. Because as far as he was concerned, he didn't need it. 4th-level origin core stage, looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Duan Lingtian, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu glanced at each other and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. A 4th-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20? For a moment, they felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 285. What terrifying natural talent! This Duan Lingtian looks to be around 20 years old, but he's actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Such natural talent, no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect can compare to him. Unbelievable. The surroundings of the life and death arena were completely in an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. Yet, if they knew that Duan Lingtian was still holding back now, what sort of expression would they have? After all, even if the current Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, he was still able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, and was comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. Just like in the primeval forest earlier, he'd only been able to kill the fierce beast, savage leopard, after revealing his full strength. Now, he'd intentionally only exerted the strength of 60 ancient mammoths that was comparable to a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Perhaps, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu weren't worthy of him using his full strength. Looks like the cultivation method this Duan Lingtian cultivates is indeed unique. Even to the extent that the rebirth of the cultivation method he cultivates is indeed possible to increase a martial artist's natural talent. A trace of burning desire and greed appeared within Zhao Lin's eyes. Even if Duan Lingtian was holding back a lot of his strength now, it was still sufficient to arouse the greed in Zhao Lin's heart. However, even if this Duan Lingtian is at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the strength he exerted by relying on a grade 8 spirit sword is weaker than either Hua Xian or Yuan Wu. I hope his cultivation method is within his spatial ring. Otherwise, it would be a troublesome matter. Zhao Lin frowned when he thought up to here. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, no one was allowed to obstruct the battles on the life and death arena. Although he was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, he didn't dare interfere in the battles on the life and death arena under the gazes of everyone present. Obviously, Zhao Lin didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian revealed a cultivation that caused him to be indescribably shocked. Duan Lingtian. On the life and death arena, Hua Xian suppressed the shock in his heart, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I really never imagined that you actually concealed your strength so deeply. You're actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, you're dead today. The strength of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused Hua Xian to tremble with fear. Now, he felt slightly fortunate that Duan Lingtian had ascended the life and death arena. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it would probably not be long before Duan Lingtian would surpass him. If it really come that time Duan Lingtian, it wasn't only Hua Xian who rejoiced, Yuan Wu similarly rejoiced, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian with became even more gloomy and vicious. He knew that if Duan Lingtian didn't die today, he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Ling Tian, even if you're at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, you're dead today. Although Duan Ling Tian was a 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist, he only had a grade 8 spirit sword, and as far as Yuan Wu was concerned, he wasn't much of a threat to him. Moreover, it was him and Hua Xian joining forces to deal with Duan Ling Tian now. Moreover, it caused him to feel that there wouldn't be any suspense in killing Duan Ling Tian. I've said it before. Both of you are dead in a single move. Duan Ling Tian's long hair fluttered without wind, and his pair of crimson-red bewitching eyes flickered with a frightening cold light as they descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. At this moment, besides himself, it seemed as if only Hua Xian and Yuan Wu remained in his world. He was a hunter. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were his prey. Shameless boasting. Hua Xian shouted coldly, then his figure shook as the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that carried a shocking imposing manner as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Humph! And at practically the same instant that Hua Xian moved, Yuan Wu moved as well, and practically moved shoulder to shoulder with Hua Xian. The grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand emitted a dazzling sheen, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that bit towards Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian moved as well. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. When faced with the joint forces of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand was suffused with raging origin energy. The origin energy lightly trembled, and the frequency of the trembling became faster and faster. No one was able to notice this tiny detail. The surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the 3 figures that swiftly flashed about on the life and death arena. In that instant, the 3 figures met each other. Die! Hua Xian and Yuan Wu revealed frenzied expressions when they saw Duan Ling Tian moving towards them. The grade 7 spirit swords in their hands whistled through the air, transforming into sword images that covered the sky and enveloped down towards Duan Ling Tian, as if they wanted to instantly annihilate Duan Ling Tian. Facing the incomparably swift sword skills that were executed by Hua Xian and Yuan Wu that were difficult to find a flaw in, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. That's right, Duan Ling Tian was smiling. At this instant, on the entire platform where the life and death arena was located, everyone, including Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, saw Duan Ling Tian smile. They were unable to understand why Duan Ling Tian could still smile at this moment. It was simply strange. The instant that a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, his crimson-red eyes abruptly focused, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand lightly trembled, as if transforming into a swimming dragon that danced in the air. As the origin energy trembled, it seemed to cause circles of ripples to appear in the air. Sword drawing arts. This sword strike of Duan Ling Tian's didn't have the slightest fanciness, nor did it have the slightest sloppiness. If a word was used to describe it, then it would be straightforward. Sword drawing arts. The sword struck out like lightning. Swish! The sword light flashed, and it accurately met the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand that whistled out. Yuan Wu's sword was also the one that was the closest to Duan Ling Tian's. Duan Ling Tian's sword instantly found Yuan Wu's sword within the sword images that covered the sky, and it directly fiercely collided with Yuan Wu's sword. Clang! The grade 8 spirit sword instantly smashed onto the grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly went cold. Quake energy. Yuan Wu, who originally had a sneer on the corners of his mouth when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually daring to meet force with force, quickly froze, and his eyes emitted dense terror. Whereas Yuan Wu's expression forever stopped at this moment. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand directly blasted away the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand with its overbearing quake energy, right when the palm of Yuan Wu's hand that held the sword exploded open and fresh blood dripped out. Swish! The sword light that appeared for a brief moment swept past Yuan Wu's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand spun, and it moved to meet another sword strike that was only a foot away from him. The owner of this sword strike was Hua Xian. Hua Xian didn't even have the time to react to what had happened when he noticed that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand had fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian's grade 8 spirit sword. Instantly, he felt a terrifying trembling force come from the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. He didn't dare hesitate and directly let go. Because he could sense that if he didn't let go, then this arm of his, and even his body, would very likely be shaken to the point of shattering. Even if he let go, the palm of his hand still exploded open, and fresh blood splattered out. No! In practically an instant, Hua Xian's thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn elsewhere when he saw a strand of sword light flashing straight towards him. His throat seemed as if it was forcefully choked by someone's hand, and he wanted to make a sound, yet was unable to make a sound. In the next moment, he felt his throat go cold, and everything before his eyes became blurry. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he only had one thought left. Exactly what ability did Duan Lingtian execute earlier? The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed before vanishing into thin air, and was put away into his spatial ring. Presently, the Migres Peak disciples with slightly weaker strengths and slightly inferior eyesight only saw a flash before their eyes, and a line of blood sprayed out from the throats of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, sprinkling down. The Migres Peak disciples with stronger strengths were instead able to clearly see that following the line of blood that sprayed out from Yuan Wu's throat, in practically the blink of an eye, a line of blood sprayed out from Hua Xian's throat as well. It was difficult for them to imagine that the speed of a grade 8 spirit sword in the hand of a 4th level origin core stage martial artist was actually swift to such an extent. How can this be possible? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. As the one and only void-prying stage martial artist present, he naturally clearly saw every detail of when Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword, such sword speed. How could a 4th level origin core stage martial artist possibly execute it? Moreover, he actually used the strength of 72 ancient mammoths to completely suppress Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's strength of 76 ancient mammoths, and knocked their swords flying. Zhao Lin's breathing became hurried, and he was indescribably excited in his heart, and his eyes emitted a flowing light of greed. Looks like this Duan Lingtian's ability ought to be related to the cultivation method he cultivates, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Bang! Bang! On the life and death arena, Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's bodies fell to the ground one after another, emitting muffled sounds. These two sounds entered into the ears of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena, causing them to feel as if they were jolted awake from a dream, and they completely recovered from the shock from before. Subsequently, an uproar arose as expected. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian actually killed senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu. He's using a grade 8 spirit sword, which is equivalent to the strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu are both using grade 7 spirit swords. Either one of their attacks is equivalent to the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian do it? This utterly doesn't conform to common sense. Could it be that he cultivated an Earth-rank sword skill? Earth-rank sword skill? Do you think it's possible? Who doesn't know that only void-prying stage experts that have comprehended force are able to cultivate Earth-rank sword skills? He's only an origin core stage martial artist. How could he cultivate an Earth-rank sword skill? The sword skills of senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu were both high-grade profound rank sword skills at the perfection stage. But even then, they still died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian himself knows how he killed his two senior brothers. In the surroundings of the life and death arena, the gazes of the numerous Migres Peak disciples descended onto the proud and aloof figure on the life and death arena. These gazes were either dumbstruck, shocked, reverent, or worshipful. The words Duan Lingtian said not long ago that were ridiculed by them couldn't help but reverberate by their ears. All of you will die without a doubt in a single move. At the beginning, none of them believed it. Chapter 286. Duan Lingtian stood on the life and death arena, and his restless emotions gradually calmed down. The rage that rose to the limit completely calmed down along with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu being killed by him. His long hair that fluttered without the wind slowly descended, his pair of crimson-red eyes gradually returned to normal, and his 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire calmed down as well. As he glanced at the two corpses on the ground, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if he'd done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian put away Hua Xian and Yuan Wu's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring, then he frowned when he felt the numerous gazes that locked onto him from the surroundings of the life and death arena, then he took large strides, intending to leave. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he clearly heard a voice. Voice condensed. A method that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above was able to master. The voice of the person was transmitted over using this method, and only he was able to hear it. Duan Lingtian didn't turn around and continued walking forward, as he was able to discern that this was Zhao Lin's voice. He didn't have the slightest good impression of Zhao Lin, and directly disregarded him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin's voice transmission once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, share your cultivation method with me. I can use other things to exchange with you. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian's body to slightly stop, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lin really didn't have good intentions. He actually wanted his cultivation method. Of course, he knew that the cultivation method Zhao Lin wanted to obtain was surely the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing that he mentioned when he tricked Zhao Lin earlier. Actually, he utterly didn't have this type of cultivation method. He only casually fabricated it when he tricked Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked into the distance, and he saw the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, who stared at him with a burning gaze behind the crowd. After casually sweeping a glance at Zhao Lin, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he walked off the life and death arena. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the Migres Peak disciples consciously opened up a path. Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. That's right. How did you cultivate? You look to be in your 20s, yet you're already so strong. Duan Lingtian, how about we be friends? Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples were incomparably enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. He directly stepped away from the vast platform where the life and death arena was located. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face darkened. Just now, Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze had undoubtedly rejected him. Zhao Lin's fists lightly clenched tightly, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian, there's nothing that I, Zhao Lin, want to obtain that I can't obtain. Following Duan Lingtian's departure, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples dispersed as well. But, at the same time they left, they didn't stop discussing Duan Lingtian. The strength that Duan Lingtian revealed completely shocked them. 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist around the age of 20. Relying on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 4th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords, the latter even joined forces. Such an accomplishment could be said to be shocking. After Duan Lingtian left the life and death arena, he circled around the winding mountain path for a while before returning to the peak. He was worried that Zhao Lin would follow him. Although Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that he was a person that would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had set his sights on the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, and would surely not let it go. So, he had to be careful and prudent, and absolutely couldn't allow Zhao Lin to find an opportunity. Following the crooked tree, Duan Lingtian once again returned to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed that the 2 little pythons had disappeared, and his face instantly went ghastly pale as his heart burned with anxiety. Although Little Black and Little White are playful, they normally wouldn't walk around randomly. Could it be that something happened? Duan Lingtian realized as well that no matter how anxious he was, it was useless, and he had to calm down before being able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but jerk. Before long, he started to follow the ground of the stalactite cave, and the ground of the cave passageway to investigate. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that came here. Moreover, he noticed the traces left behind by the two little fellows not long ago on the cave passageway, in other words, the two little fellows left by themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duan Lingtian noticed that the traces left behind by the two little pythons vanished when they arrived at the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak and investigated for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the peak. In other words, the two little fellows didn't arrive at the peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Lingtian frowned, and in next to no time, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or perhaps they fell down from the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his feelings that had just calmed down became anxious once again. Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak and arrived at Dubhe Peak, then left the Seven-Star Sword Sect. He didn't go anywhere else, and instead arrived at the foot of Migres Peak. He wanted to confirm that the two little fellows didn't fall down. At the foot of the precipitous Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed the traces of the little pythons as expected. Glancing at the precipitous cliff, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that there were traces of the little pythons walking on it. In other words, the two little fellows followed along the cliff and climbed down. Their courage is really great. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Migres Peak that stood ramrod straight, and the precipitousness of this sword peak caused traces of coldness to be unable to help but arise within his heart. I wonder where Little Black and Little White went. Duan Lingtian followed the traces on the ground and searched all the way, and in the end, he noticed that he'd once again arrived at the primeval forest, this forest where fierce beasts and demon beasts gathered. After entering the primeval forest, the traces of the little pythons were completely cut off, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to find any traces. What did those two little fellows come here for? Duan Lingtian shook his head and had a bitter smile on his face. Since I've come, then I'll look around and see if I can find them. If I find them, then I'll surely teach them a good lesson for being so disobedient. Duan Lingtian was both angry and worried in his heart towards the two mischievous little fellows. Even though the two little pythons were only fierce beasts, but to him, they were no different than family. Now that they'd suddenly left, it had disrupted Duan Lingtian's life to a certain extent, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to adapt for a short period of time. As they went deep into the primeval forest, they encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and Duan Lingtian practically swept through them all. Gradually, Duan Lingtian noticed something. His quake energy wasn't omnipotent. Only when facing an opponent with a difference of the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or less would his quake energy be able to exert its proper effect. Once the opponent's strength was stronger than his by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more, his quake energy would be completely useless. To give an example, no matter if it was the elephant rhino he killed in the primeval forest, or the savage leopard, or even the Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples Hua Xian and Yuan Wu he killed on the life and death arena today, although the strength Duan Lingtian used to deal with them was inferior to their strength, the difference between the two didn't exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. In other words, relying on my current strength that's comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, the quake energy is able to be effective against a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, it's completely useless against a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly came to an understanding. A 6th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and was only a difference of the strength of 9 ancient mammoths when compared to Duan Lingtian's current strength, and it was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. However, if a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist utilizes a grade 7 spirit weapon, then his offensive strength will increase explosively. Even if I use a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Purely in terms of offensive strength, I'll surely be thrown off by him with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered. Under these circumstances, I can't use the method I dealt with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu today to fight him. After all, the strength amplified by the grade 7 spirit sword is all on the spirit sword in his hand. If I use a spirit sword to go head-on against his spirit sword, then the quake energy will be useless. If I want to defeat him, then I can only think of a way to make him discard his sword, or find a suitable time to force him to fight me barehanded. A 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and once he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would increase explosively to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, whereas Duan Lingtian currently possessed the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, and even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would only be close to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. In this way, the difference between the two surpassed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It just happened to exceed the scope of effect of the quake energy. What a headache. Looks like if I really have to fight with a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist that possesses a grade 7 spirit sword, then I have to prepare some supplementary inscriptions. Only in this way would it be safer. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If he didn't use inscriptions and only used a grade 7 spirit sword, then under the circumstances that his opponent possessed a grade 7 spirit sword as well, he could only take his opponent by surprise and lure him to discard his sword. But doing this would instead carry a certain amount of risk. Once his opponent didn't fall for it, he would be in a passive position, and might even be defeated and killed instead. Cultivation. I still have to properly increase my cultivation. Along with the increase of my cultivation, the might of the quake energy would increase as well. At that time, it would surely not be restricted to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and when he thought up to here, he was even more persistent in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian searched the primeval forest for an entire day and night, yet didn't notice the tracks of the two little pythons, and could only leave helplessly in the end. Chapter 287. After leaving the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian returned to the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian heard two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples whispering as he walked on the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Have you heard? A monster has appeared on Migres Peak this time. One of the outer court disciples asked his companion by his side. I've heard. Supposedly, he's a new disciple that just entered our 7-star sword sect. 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist at around the age of 20. Such natural talent is absolutely at the top amongst the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect. The latter nodded. He just entered our 7-star sword sect and already ascended the life and death arena to kill two 4th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples. Too formidable. The former sighed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he shook his head. He never imagined that the news of him killing Hua Xian and Yuan Wu yesterday had already spread throughout the 7-star sword sect today. All along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-star sword sect disciples he encountered on the way were practically discussing his deeds from yesterday. Fortunately, these 7-star sword sect disciples didn't recognize him, otherwise, he would probably be taken as a rare creature. Duan Lingtian once again walked past the chain bridge and returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a young man around the age of 23 or 24 when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform. The young man's appearance was ordinary and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on him. His acute spiritual force caused Duan Lingtian to realize. This young man's cultivation was only stronger than Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't recognize the young man, and didn't know why the young man wanted to stop him. Could it be that he's a close friend of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Elder Zhao Lin asked me to come look for you. If you're sensible, hand over the thing Elder Zhao Lin wants. Otherwise, you won't have a place to stand on Migres Peak. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Although he had heard of Duan Lingtian's deeds yesterday, he did not take it to heart. Yesterday, even if it was him, he could still kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu who had joined hands. As a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he had this confidence. When he heard the young man speak, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that he was sent by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. What are you laughing at? The young man's face darkened, and he frowned. Scram! Duan Lingtian's smile instantly vanished as he uttered a thunderous roar, causing the young man to be stunned for a while, unable to recover from the shock. You told me to scram? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face turned blank as if he had encountered something inconceivable. Along with Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, many Migres Peak disciples in the direction of the trade hall noticed the commotion and surrounded over. It was human nature to watch a show. It's Duan Lingtian. Who is it, actually daring to offend Duan Lingtian? Isn't this Lu Yu? Why would he go against Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Lu Yu is in existence at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Although Duan Lingtian is able to kill 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, he might not be a match for senior brother Lu Yu. He actually dared infuriate senior brother Lu Yu. I don't think so. On the life and death arena yesterday, in terms of attack, any one of those Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were stronger than Duan Lingtian, but in the end, weren't they still killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move? Exactly, Duan Lingtian's strength can't be inferred with common sense. I think so as well. Since he dares act like this before senior brother Lu Yu, he surely isn't afraid of senior brother Lu Yu. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded over recognized Duan Lingtian, and also recognized the young man that stopped Duan Lingtian. Lu Yu? 5th level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man before him when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, and his brows slightly frowned. No wonder he dared stop him, so it turned out that he was a 5th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. But that Zhao Lin underestimated him too much. Did he think that finding a 5th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple would be able to intimidate him into handing over his cultivation method? Not to mention he utterly didn't have that cultivation method in his possession. Even if he did, he wouldn't give it to Zhao Lin. Lu Yu was originally completely infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words "fuck off," and now when he heard the discussions of the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples, his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing I want, or else, you'll surely regret it. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding when they heard Lu Yu. So it turned out that this Lu Yu wanted to seize Duan Lingtian's thing. I'll surely regret it. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Lu Yu's threat, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained traces of wickedness mixed within. Then I'm curious, how will you make me regret it? You're courting death. Lu Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's attitude would be so unyielding, and his face sank as he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. I'm courting death. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his fierce gaze descended onto Lu Yu, then he said in a low voice. Since you dare say this, I presume you're extremely confident of your own strength. Since it's like this, Duan Lingtian, invite you to battle on the life and death arena, how about it? Do you dare? Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap that instantly spread out. For a moment, even more Migres Peak disciples noticed the commotion and surrounded over from the trade hall. They'd recognized Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu as well. Before long, they found out about the sequence of events from the Dubhe Peak disciples that surrounded over first. Instantly, their gazes descended onto Lu Yu, as they all wanted to know how Lu Yu would respond. Lu Yu's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind, When he thought of Duan Lingtian's deeds from yesterday and realized Duan Lingtian's confidence at this moment, he was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, then so what if he agreed? But Duan Lingtian now wanted to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it meant that they were betting their lives on it. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the reason he came to look for Duan Lingtian today was only because the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, sent him over. As far as he was concerned, there was entirely no need to throw his life away for this matter. Of course, the most important thing was Duan Lingtian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena yesterday to witness the battle with his own 2 eyes, he'd heard of the specific course of events. Duan Lingtian only relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords with the same cultivation as him in a single move. Such methods caused one to be shocked. Duan Lingtian couldn't be judged by common sense. So, although he was confident of his strength and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't dare agree to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to discern Lu Yu's thoughts when he saw Lu Yu's face flickering between a livid and ashen expression, and he instantly had a disdainful expression. K off. Lu Yu was still pondering when he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps, seeming to be in a slightly sorry state. 5th level of the Origin Core stage? Only a so-so. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Lu Yu, then laughed in ridicule, not leaving the slightest bit of face for Lu Yu. As far as he was concerned, there was no enmity between him and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for humiliation, and wasn't worthy of sympathy. Lu Yu only returned to his senses after Duan Lingtian left, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he was indeed afraid. Afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. Before life, everything else seemed to be so unimportant, but the current Lu Yu didn't know. It wouldn't be long before he understood how wise and correct his decision today was. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples booed without end. Their faces all revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leave in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, then don't try to be a big shot and offend Duan Lingtian. Now he's in a difficult position. He's simply asking for humiliation. Duan Lingtian is really awesome, scaring Lu Yu to the point he didn't even dare let out a fart. Of course. Duan Lingtian is our Migres Peak's little freak, and can't be judged by common sense. Now, even if he's able to kill a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, and after returning to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python form. Now, Duan Lingtian's pressing matter at hand was to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, even his quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious, when he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, to what extent would his quake energy rise to, Migres Peak, within a gorge that was filled with light. A middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, you should find someone else. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin, and a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and a piercingly cold light flashed within them as he asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued. Lu Yu shook his head. Why? Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be sufficient to deter Duan Lingtian. But now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. He invited me to battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth, then he called out before turning around and leaving. Bang! Chapter 288. Since the day the two little pythons left, after Duan Lingtian returned, he'd always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate, and hadn't left the peak of Migres Peak. Of course, he was mostly worried that the two little fellows wouldn't be able to find him when they returned. Fortunately, he'd bought quite a bit of meat in the trade hall the last time, and was able to eat for a few months. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Stalactite cave, on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged, calmly cultivating, after an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of a dazzling sheen appeared in his eyes that spun with flowing lights. Only a little bit more and I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After returning to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, and was slightly disappointed. Those two little fellows wouldn't have settled down in the primeval forest, right? It's already been 2 months, and they still haven't returned. Looks like I should find some time to continue looking for them in the primeval forest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto his hands. Presently, although Duan Lingtian's hands were still smooth like jade as before, they weren't as white and tender as before. This was the result of him frequently going to the peak to bask in the sun during these 2 months. His skin had finally recovered to a more normal color. The current Duan Lingtian was slightly more mature than before, and was already 20 years old. It's already been 2 months. I ought to go see those two little girls. When he thought of Li Fei and Kerr, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile, then he stood up and left the stalactite cave. Before long, Duan Lingtian left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard an urgent call. With a glance, a Migres Peak disciple walked over from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that it was another person sent by that outer court elder, Zhao Lin? Duan Lingtian, you've finally appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that this Migres Peak disciple seemed to not be someone sent over by Zhao Lin. Moreover, after the Migres Peak disciple saw him, the Migres Peak disciple seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. You are? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, as he didn't know this Migres Peak disciple. This Migres Peak disciple was a young man with a thin and weak figure, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm Hu Li's friend. Power of Hu. Hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His expression relaxed as he smiled. Power of Hu's friend is my friend. How should I address you? Power of Hu was one of the 2 friends he had made in the primeval forest. A forthright young man. That day, the experience in the primordial forest had also made him view Power of Hu as a good friend. I'm called Hechuan. Duan Lingtian, you should come with me to see Power of Hu. 1 month ago, he came to look for you. I waited for you with him for half a month, but you didn't appear. He only returned to Fekta Peak half a month ago. Hechuan sighed, and a wisp of dejection appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Hechuan's expression. What? Something happened to Power of Hu? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian recalled that Xiao Fei, who was a member of the same small group as him, Shirlan, and Power of Hu in the primeval forest 2 months ago. Could it be that Xiao Fei went to look for his older brother to take revenge on Power of Hu? Hechuan nodded, and a trace of sorrow and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Bring me to see Power of Hu. What actually happened? Duan Lingtian urged Hechuan to lead the way in front, and he asked as he walked out with quick steps, and his face was filled with anxiousness. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Power of Hu risked his life to strive for a chance of survival for him. From that moment onwards, he'd taken Power of Hu to be a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard that something happened to Power of Hu, his heart burned with anxiety. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what actually happened to Power of Hu. Whoosh! Right when Duan Lingtian and Hechuan were about to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind blocked before Duan Lingtian and Hechuan. This was a young man around the age of 25, with delicate features, yet his eyes were incomparably fierce. Senior brother Tang Bai. Hechuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Migres Peak disciples saw this scene and surrounded them. It's Duan Lingtian. He's finally appeared. I thought he knew that senior brother Tang Bai was looking for him everywhere, and intentionally hid himself. Senior brother Tang Bai has been looking for him for over a month, and he's finally appeared. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded them discussed animatedly. K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with a trace of crimson red, and he stared at the young man that blocked his way as he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely on Power of Hu. He urgently wanted to see Power of Hu now, and wanted to know exactly what had happened to Power of Hu. Awesome! Duan Lingtian is too awesome, directly asking senior brother Tang Bai to K off. He wouldn't be unaware of senior brother Tang Bai, right? Senior brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior brother Tang Bai's expression has changed. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune. I really wonder where his courage comes from. Even if he's killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, so what? Senior brother Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. The group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. Although Duan Lingtian had once shocked all of them 2 months ago, as far as they were concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, he was only a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying he was at most comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. When facing a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he could only be bashed. Tang Bai's face went gloomy. On Migres Peak, there hadn't been an outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm as useless as that trash Lu Yu, right? Tang Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes were piercingly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and looked Tang Bai in the eye as he said in a low voice. You came looking for me for the same reason as Lu Yu? Tang Bai sneered. It's good that you know. If you're sensible, then quickly hand over the thing. Otherwise, I'm not that trash Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Tang Bai, and his face was covered in a layer of coldness. Is that so? Since it's like this, I presume you ought to dare agree to my life and death arena agreement? Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhao Lin would actually be so talkative. First he sent Lu Yu over, and now he sent Tang Bai over. But he was anxious to go see Hu Li now, and didn't have the time to waste his breath on Tang Bai, so he directly brought out the life and death arena, wanting to make Tang Bai retreat in the face of difficulties. Although Zhao Lin was a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he wasn't afraid. You want to invite me to the life and death arena? Tang Bai was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian using the life and death arena to scare off Lu Yu 2 months ago. But as far as he was concerned, that was because Lu Yu was cowardly. No matter how mysterious this Duan Lingtian was, or how bizarre his methods were, he was only a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. In the eyes of a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist like him, a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist was no different than an ant. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be even easier than cutting grass. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the crowd of spectating Migres Peak disciples to be completely stunned. They only returned to their senses after a long time. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This Duan Ling Tian wants to invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena? Is he courting death? The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. As far as they were concerned, no matter how brilliant his methods were, it was impossible for a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist to defeat a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. The strength of 20 ancient mammoths was a chasm that was difficult to surmount. What? You dare stop me and don't dare agree to my agreement on the life and death arena? Duan Ling Tian stared coldly and indifferently at Tang Bai, then ridiculed. If you don't dare, then quickly fuck off. I still have important matters to attend to, and I don't have time to waste my breath with you here. What did you say? You said, I don't dare. Tang Bai was amused by Duan Ling Tian, and he had an arrogant smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian, since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I promise you that I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle you. Tell me, do you want to directly go over now, or set a time for you? I can give you time to arrange your funeral. I'll battle you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow, and it won't end until one of us dies. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his face was filled with killing intent. Now, fuck off. Alright, I'll wait for you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow. I hope you won't be cowardly to the point of not daring to come at that time. Tang Bai stood at the side, and traces of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. His objective was accomplished, and his mood was incomparably carefree. As far as he was concerned, so long as he forced Duan Ling Tian into a dead end, then he wasn't afraid that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't hand over the thing that Elder Zhao Lin wanted. At that time, he would be able to obtain the generous reward given by Elder Zhao Lin. I'm worried that you won't dare come. Duan Ling Tian, who was burning with anxiety, brought He Chun along as he walked out in large strides, and when he heard Tang Bai, he couldn't help but sneer as he replied. He Chun, let's go. Take me to see Hu Li. Duan Lingtian's tone was exceedingly urgent, and his figure flashed out to step on the chain bridge and head towards Dubhe Peak. Duan Ling Tian, you're too rash. That Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, and is a formidable existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. He Chun followed by Duan Lingtian's side, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually invite Tang Bai to the life and death arena to carry out a bloody battle that would not end until one side died. He was the same as the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the entire Migres Peak started spreading the news that Duan Ling Tian had invited Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena tomorrow, and that Tang Bai had agreed. For a time, Migres Peak was completely seething with excitement. 2 months ago, I just happened to be in closed-door cultivation and missed that battle on the life and death arena. I must not miss it tomorrow. Truly makes one look forward to it. One is our Migres Peak's little freak, the other is our Migres Peak's renowned 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. Chapter 289. Right when all the Migres Peak disciples were looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow's life and death arena battle, Duan Ling Tian and He Chun arrived at Dubhe Peak, and passed through the chain bridge to step onto Fekta Peak. Fekta Peak was similar to Migres Peak. It was a sword peak where the 7-star sword sect's outer court male disciples gathered, and not a single female disciple could be seen here. Although the current Duan Ling Tian could be considered to be a celebrity in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but the people that had truly seen him were only some Migres Peak disciples, and practically no Fekta Peak disciples recognized him. Under He Chun's lead, Duan Ling Tian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered to be spacious. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly. On the way, he'd asked He Chun about Hu Li many times, but He Chun would hesitate every single time, seeming to be slightly unable to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Li once again, his eyes had instead instantly transformed into crimson red. Terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Hu Li, Who did it? Duan Lingtian's voice was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. His voice contained frightening killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. He Chun, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly retreated a few steps. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. The killing intent that arose from Duan Lingtian's body caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult for him to imagine exactly what a young man around the age of 20 had experienced to actually be able to develop such terrifying killing intent. Duan Lingtian's body trembled intensely. At this moment, it seemed as if only Hu Li, who'd just hobbled out of the wooden house, remained within his gaze. Presently, Hu Li's leg was missing without a trace, and he could only rely on a single leg and a walking stick to walk now. Presently, Hu Li didn't have the drive of the past, his face was covered in messy stubble that hadn't been treated, and he stood there with a dispirited spirit. Although he was still alive, it seemed to be even more painful than death. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to having no future. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li saw Duan Lingtian's ghastly pale face slightly had a trace of vitality, and the corners of his mouth held a smile with difficulty. His smile had slight bitterness mixed within. It was Xiao's brother. Duan Lingtian's heart was trembling, and the accumulated flames of rage were about to completely explode his chest. Hu Li lightly nodded. Bring me to him. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were suffused with dense killing intent, and it seemed as if he was about to swallow someone up. And Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Power of Hu shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, you will fall into their trap. If even you suffer from their revenge, Shirlan will absolutely not be able to rest in peace. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's body slightly trembled, and this man who bled but didn't shed tears couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears. Men don't easily shed tears, only when they haven't been deeply hurt. Hu Li. Seeing Hu Li on the verge of collapse, Hechuan took a few steps forward and supported Hu Li. You. What did you say? Shirlan. Shirlan is dead? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the voice coming from his throat became hoarse. He was dumbstruck on the spot, and his face was filled with disbelief. Hu Li's body twitched, and extreme hatred emerged on his face. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Duan Lingtian, let me tell you. Hechuan looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Xiao Fei's brother, Xiaoing, first broke one of Hu Li's legs, then went to find Shirlan, intending to rape and defile Shirlan. Shirlan's temper is unyielding, and she would rather die than submit. She directly jumped down Alcade Peak. Although Hechuan did not continue, Duan Lingtian already knew the result. Alcade Peak, one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, if one were to fall down, one would die without a doubt. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body shook violently and his expression changed drastically. His outer disciple robe fluttered loudly. Xiaoing! Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. The anger in his heart was completely vented. After a short moment, the rage on his body was restrained, and his eyes condensed flames of rage that seemed capable of burning everything as he said in a low voice, Hu Li, take me to the Fekta Peak's life and death arena. Tianji Peak, life and death arena. Power of Hu guessed Duan Lingtian's plan, and his face changed greatly. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing 2 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena 2 months ago, he wasn't surprised. Because he knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation wasn't the 4th-level Origin Core stage of the rumors, but was instead at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Killing 2 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. However, Xiaoing was different. Xiaoing was a renowned outstanding outer court disciple of Fekta Peak. His cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, and his strength was extremely formidable. Supposedly, he was already charging towards the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Power of Hu took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. The nearby He Chun was stunned. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even if Power of Hu wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he ought to ask if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, right? Now, he only thought that Power of Hu had made a slip of the tongue. What He Chun didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but because of certain reasons, he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and he'd even displayed it before Power of Hu. So, in the eyes of Power of Hu, Duan Lingtian had long since been at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head when faced with Power of Hu's question. His current cultivation was the same as when he was in the primeval forest, only at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. No! Duan Lingtian, absolutely not. You're not a match for Soaring. I know you want to take revenge for me and Shirlan, but even if Shirlan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't ask you to take revenge for her now. You going to look for Soaring now is entirely giving your life away. Power of Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Soaring in the future is only a matter of time. Endure for a few more years, and take revenge for me and Shirlan when your strength surpasses Soaring. Duan Lingtian understood that Power of Hu was worried about him. He never imagined that even after being harmed by Soaring to such an extent, Power of Hu still forcefully suppressed his hatred toward Soaring for the sake of his safety. Power of Hu doing this caused his heart to feel even more uncomfortable. When he saw Duan Lingtian go silent, Power of Hu thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his opinion, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of Power of Hu's mouth, and his eyes revealed boundless regret. Duan Lingtian, I've always been regretful these past few days. I regret why I helped Shirlan that day and asked you to spare Xiao Fei's life. I actually believed the oath of a shameless villain. I regret it. I regret it. Power of Hu could imagine if he'd persisted in killing Xiao Fei that day. Perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. Shirlan wouldn't have died. His leg wouldn't have been crippled. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The consequences of the choice that day were destined to be borne by him. Duan Lingtian raised his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain any emotions. There was only extreme icy coldness. I was wrong in this matter as well. I shouldn't have listened to your opinions that day. If I'd persisted and killed him, there wouldn't have been any of this later on. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his voice became even more hoarse. It sounded calm, but in reality, it contained anger that was suppressed to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, it has nothing to do with you. It was me and Shirlan who were too naive and mistakenly believed Xiao Fei. Power of Hu shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that Duan Lingtian listened to his and Shirlan's opinions that day out of respect for them. In the end, this matter was him and Shirlan's mistake, and every step after that was wrong. You, have a good rest. Duan Lingtian nodded to Power of Hu, then turned around and left the gorge. Power of Hu originally thought that Duan Lingtian had returned to Migres Peak, but not long after, the commotion outside the gorge caused a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He Chun, let's go take a look. When Power of Hu walked out of the gorge with He Chun's support and heard the discussions outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Migres Peak's Duan Lingtian has come and threatened to challenge our Fecta Peak's senior brother Soaring. Duan Lingtian? That little freak that relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage to kill 2 4th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples at the age of around 22 months ago? It's him. Quickly go over, if we're late, there won't be any good seats left. The Fecta Peak disciples all headed towards the Fecta Peak's life and death arena in extreme haste. Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you listen to my dissuasion? Power of whose face was covered in sorrow and regret. I shouldn't have allowed Duan Ling Tian to know of the matter between me and Shirlan. Power of who never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be so impulsive. Power of who, even if Duan Ling Tian listened to your dissuasion, he might not be able to live past tomorrow. He Chun, who stood beside Power of who, had a bitter smile on his face. He Chun, what do you mean by this? Power of who frowned, and his burning gaze stared at He Chun. He Chun sighed, then told Power of the matter of Duan Ling Tian inviting another 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Migres Peak to battle on the Migres Peak's life and death arena tomorrow. Power of who went silent when he heard this, and his brows frowned. At this moment, the worry in his heart had instead dissipated slightly. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian had the confidence to deal with a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even though the time he'd spent with Duan Ling Tian wasn't long, but the feeling Duan Ling Tian gave him wasn't the type of person that didn't know what was important. A trace of hope arose in his heart. I, Duan Ling Tian, Migres Peak disciple, will challenge the Fecta Peak disciple, Soaring, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, and will fight to the death. These words were also the source of the commotion in Fecta Peak. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the entire Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak, within a spacious gorge. Brother, that Duan Ling Tian really couldn't hold back. That move of yours was too brilliant. Xiao Fei, who had a broken leg, originally had a gloomy expression, but the gloomy expression on his face dispersed, and a trace of a smile of his scheme succeeding appeared on his face. So long as he really takes Shirlan and Power of who as friends, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. But, I never imagined that he would actually dare directly challenge me to a battle on the life and death arena. The young man that spoke now had a slight resemblance between his brows to Xiao Fei. Chapter 290. Brother, that Duan Ling Tian isn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage like the rumors say. I can be sure that he was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage 2 months ago. Moreover, he has a grade 7 spirit sword in his possession. Recalling the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Savage Leopard that day, Xiao Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Just a single sword strike and Savage Leopard was killed. Now, he dares invite brother to ascend the life and death arena for a battle. Could it be that he has broken through? As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei was slightly fearful. Broken through? Xiaoying was indifferent. I'm only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. In Fecta Peak, any 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple wouldn't dare say that they can surely defeat me. Not to mention an Outer Court disciple that has just broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even if he has broken through, I'm not afraid. The corners of Xiao Ying's mouth curled into a sneer, and a piercingly cold light appeared in his eyes. Today, I'll twist his head off on the life and death arena and give it to you to kick like a ball. Thank you, brother. Xiao Fei's gaze abruptly shone, as Xiao Ying's confidence caused him to be at ease. Little Fei, it's inconvenient for you to move, so don't go. Wait for brother to bring back that Duan Lingtian's head for you. Xiaoying stood up and bid his farewells to Xiao Fei, then his eyes emitted a trace of killing intent before turning around and leaving the gorge. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei glanced at his severed leg, and traces of cold lights flickered within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, my crippling was all caused by you. Today, my brother will take revenge for me and kill you. Ha ha ha. After muttering to himself, Xiao Fei started laughing wildly. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Xiaoying bringing back Duan Lingtian's head. The Fecta Peak's life and death arena was similar to the Migres Peak's life and death arena, both were located halfway up the mountain. After Duan Lingtian issued a challenge to Xiaoying in the Fecta Peak's trade hall, he was led here by a group of Fecta Peak disciples. On the spacious life and death arena, Duan Lingtian silently stood there, and his eyes were calm and without light. Compared to the calmness on the surface, tempestuous waves had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Shirlan's voice and smile. He still remembered the first time he met Shirlan. It was Shirlan who helped him kill a ferocious beast. That passionate woman made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of her. Later on, as a woman, Shirlan was willing to use her life to pave a path for him, which shocked him greatly. She was a heroine. Duan Lingtian admired him. But now, Shirlan was dead. Shirlan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. Shirlan was in the prime of her life and could have had a great future. But now, it was all ruined. Senior brother Soaring has come. Outside the life and death arena, a Fekta Peak disciple with sharp eyes saw the young man walking over from the distance, and he cried out in surprise. Instantly, the gazes of the Fekta Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena descended onto Soaring. Duan Lingtian noticed the commotion, and his gaze descended onto a young man in the distance that had an appearance slightly similar to Xiao Fei. This young man's age was older than Xiao Fei, and was around 25 years old. Soaring. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Soaring ascend the life and death arena, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're Duan Lingtian. Although Soaring had heard of Duan Lingtian before, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian today, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so young. Duan Lingtian's eyes stared fixedly at Soaring, as if he was deeply afraid that Soaring would vanish before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to battle me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Soaring looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, needless to say, your natural talent has surprised me. But today, you're bound to die here and die at my hands. I, Soaring, am able to kill a monstrous genius in the martial Dao like you in this lifetime, and I can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Although Xiao Ying's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fekta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surroundings of the life and death arena were in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? Why did senior brother Soaring say he's a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? Moreover, Soaring even said that Duan Lingtian might have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. How could this be possible? How old is this Duan Lingtian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most is able to cultivate to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, and it's already shocking. If it's the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, or even the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, how would others live? Senior brother Soaring wouldn't have made a mistake, right? No matter what, the crowd of Fekta Peak disciples were unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian was a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist or a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He Chun supported Hu Li, and looked from afar at Duan Lingtian who was on the life and death arena. Hu Li, is Duan Lingtian really a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? He Chun was shocked when he heard Soaring, and asked in slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he displayed was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. As for the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, you saw it yourself when we were still in the gorge earlier. Duan Lingtian denied that he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Hu Li shook his head, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with worry. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Soaring today, then he would never forgive himself for his entire lifetime. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duan Lingtian about his encounter with Shirlan, Duan Lingtian wouldn't go look for Soaring. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Xiao Ying's endless chatter, and with a shake of his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now, there was only a single thought in his heart. Kill Soaring and take revenge for Shirlan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. The corners of Xiao Ying's mouth curled into a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand as well. It was a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Whoosh! Instantly, origin energy jumped about and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiao Ying's hand. Above him, 102 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and were ready to dash out at any moment. 6th level of the origin core stage, grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Ying's face still had a smile mixed within, as if everything before him was within his control. I've already promised my brother that after I kill you, I'll twist off your head and give it to him to kick like a ball. As he finished speaking, Xiao Ying's tone was mixed with dense killing intent. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that Xiao Ying spoke, origin energy jumped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. In an instant, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes had condensed into form in the sky above him. He's really at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Unbelievable. A 5th level origin core stage martial artist a little over 20. Such natural talent is probably comparable to the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. A figure with natural talent comparable to the 5 great young masters has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation. But unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Even if he utilizes a grade 7 spirit sword, he's still inferior to Xiao Ying by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. The gap is too great. There's no suspense in this battle. Duan Ling Tian is dead for sure. Many Fecta Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused them to be shocked. However, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was bound to fall on the life and death arena today. On the life and death arena. The coldness that appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even colder when he heard Xiao Ying, and he spoke to Xiao Ying for the first time. Kick him like a ball? Are you sure that cripple can still kick a ball? Cripple? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiao Ying's calm expression completely changed. His eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you leaving him in the lurch that day, how could my younger brother be crippled? Today, I'll make you pay with your life for my younger brother's leg. Then let's see if you have the ability. It just so happens that I want to take your and Xiao Fei's lives to comfort Shilan's soul in heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the flames of rage that were suppressed to the limit completely erupted. Shilan. You're talking about that little virgin? Oh. Her appearance isn't bad. I originally wanted to take advantage of her, but who would have thought that she's actually so unyielding, and would rather fall off a cliff than allow me to touch her. What a pity. Xiao Ying suddenly started laughing wildly and wantonly. Meanwhile, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was such a deep enmity between Duan Lingtian and Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li's expression was tense, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression. I originally thought that you ought to have broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, but who would have thought that you actually haven't broken through? Truly boring. Since it's like this, I'll send you on your way now, and allow you to reunite with that little virgin. Xiao Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with a voice filled with disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand skyrocketed with origin energy. Have you finished speaking? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Ying with a calm expression, and his face seemed to be carefree, but the rage in his heart couldn't be any greater. Since you're so anxious to be on your way, then I'll send you on your way. Xiao Ying sneered, then his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiao Ying's hand swiftly flashed out, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that went straight for Duan Lingtian's throat. Throat-sealing sword. At the instant Xiao Ying attacked, someone exclaimed in shock as they recognized the sword skill Xiao Ying executed. So fast! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to intercept Xiao Ying's attack. Sword drawing arts. A sword light that flashed by appeared gracefully. In terms of speed, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ying's throat-sealing sword. Clang! Xiao Ying's sword was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Xiao Ying never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to block his sword, and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. I never imagined that your sword skill would actually be so extraordinary. You only used the strength of 90 ancient mammoths to execute it, yet the speed of your sword is comparable to my throat-sealing sword executed with the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. The following content is a digression and is free of charge. Brothers and sisters that are puzzled about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, have a look, and those that aren't can directly move on to the next chapter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, but because he'd once revealed a strength comparable to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage in the Primeval Forest, he was mistaken by Hu Li and Xiao Fei to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Before the battle between him and Xiao Ying, besides Hu Li, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Ying, the reason the other outer court disciples thought that Duan Lingtian was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage was because Duan Lingtian had held back when he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and only revealed a strength similar to an ordinary 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Chapter 291. The sword drawing technique was all about speed. Perhaps the might of the sword drawing arts was inferior to most high-grade profound rank sword skills. But in terms of speed, high-grade profound rank sword skills could only be compared to the sword drawing arts. Your sword skill isn't bad, but your strength isn't on the same level as mine. Before formidable strength, you're unable to stop me. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Ying's mouth as coldness arose in his eyes. His hand that held the Grade 7 Spirit Sword shook as he prepared to use all his strength to directly blast away the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. Is that so? And just in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian moved. His other hand instantly flashed out and pointed out, piercing through the clouds and mist. The finishing touch of the finishing touch. Whoosh! A piercing howl exploded as his finger pointed out toward Xiao Ying's eyes. The speed of this finger was so swift that it wasn't much slower than the sword drawing arts. Do you think you're the only one that knows martial skills other than sword skills? Xiao Ying sneered. His other hand moved as well, abruptly forming a claw. The claw tore through the sky as it grabbed towards Duan Lingtian's left hand that was pointing out. Duan Lingtian started laughing. When Xiao Ying saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, although he was slightly astonished, his claw still fiercely descended and grabbed towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to first grab onto Duan Lingtian's left hand before exerting force with the sword in his right hand to pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. After all, he couldn't do two things at once. Whoosh! At the instant that a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out instantly changed direction and moved to intercept Xiao Ying's claw. You overestimate your ability. Xiao Ying sneered when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, even if the claw he executed with a martial skill didn't utilize the strength of a spirit weapon, it was still powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. On the other hand, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out similarly didn't rely on a spirit weapon and only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian could only be crushed by him. Only when Xiao Ying's claw came down and collided with Duan Lingtian's finger did his expression change. First, he was astonished, then he felt incredulous. Immediately after, "Ah!" a shrill scream came from the depths of Xiao Ying's throat, as if he was in extreme pain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian pierced his finger into Xiao Ying's palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Not only that, everyone quickly discovered that at the same time that Xiao Ying cried out miserably, his entire body started to tremble. Even the hand that was holding the sword now felt powerless, and the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand fell to the ground. What's going on? Looking at Xiao Ying, who was screaming miserably on the life and death arena while dancing, all the Fecta Peak disciples had a puzzled expression. They were utterly unaware of what had happened. Crackle crackle, soon, they heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. It's the voice coming from senior brother Soaring. Oh my god. What did Duan Lingtian do to him? The expressions of all the Fecta Peak disciples went pale. And now, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Did this Soaring really think that he was overestimating his ability? Earlier, his finger that seemed like the finishing touch tapped on Xiao Ying's palm, and he used quake energy to directly penetrate Xiao Ying's wrist bone. The terrifying quake energy started from Xiao Ying's wrist bone, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the bones in Xiao Ying's entire body. Instantly, it shattered all the bones in Xiao Ying's body. Xiao Ying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones as well, and after emitting a shrill cry, his voice stopped abruptly. Dead! When Xiao Ying died, his eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what had happened even until he died. Perhaps, he was unable to figure it out even until his death. Even if Xiao Ying didn't use a spirit weapon, why was Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to his, able to execute a martial skill barehanded and kill him? Bang! Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Xiao Ying's body was unable to hold on any longer and crashed onto the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. The surroundings of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiao Ying died just like that. He was killed by Duan Lingtian just like that. It was too strange. Xiao Ying and I both didn't use origin energy, and the might of his claw was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas the might of my finger was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of quake energy. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Xiao Ying's corpse, and he thought in his heart as he recalled the scene from before. If he and Xiao Ying both utilized grade 7 spirit swords, then the difference in strength between him and Xiao Ying would be too great, and it would exceed the scope of effect of quake energy. Even if he utilized quake energy, it would be of no use. So, he could only choose to outsmart Xiao Ying. Make Xiao Ying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword and fight barehanded with him. Of course, in Xiao Ying's eyes, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, when facing Duan Lingtian who didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still easily crush Duan Lingtian, unexpectedly. Duan Lingtian instead possessed the monstrous quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the strength of his opponent and Duan Lingtian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he could rely on quake energy to defeat someone stronger than him. Of course, Duan Lingtian's actions carried risks as well. If Xiao Ying had chosen to swing his sword and execute the cutthroat sword to block his finger earlier, he would similarly be unable to utilize quake energy. Once it came to that time, if he wanted to kill Xiao Ying, he could only utilize an offensive inscription. It could be said that Xiao Ying's choice earlier was destined to lead to his death. Of course, even if Xiao Ying had changed his choice earlier, he was still bound to die, and it was only a change in the method of death. I still have to thank you for saving me an offensive inscription. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Ying, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the dense killing intent that was condensed in the depths of his eyes dissipated slightly. Sherlon, I've taken revenge for you. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he silently said in his heart. Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surroundings of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and he laughed heartily as he said in a sonorous voice, Duan Lingtian, thank you. If Sherlon is aware of this in the netherworld, she can rest in peace. Duan Lingtian nodded, then casually put away Xiao Ying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring, then he arrived by Hu Li's side and left the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on with Hu Li and He Chun. As they watched Duan Lingtian's group of 3 leave from afar, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples finally went into an uproar. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian actually killed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. So what? Even though Duan Lingtian was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But he still killed Xiaoying. It's unbelievable. How the heck did this Duan Lingtian kill Xiaoying? Too terrifying. Today, the Fecta Peak was unable to calm down. Xiaoying, an outstanding outer court disciple of the Fecta Peak with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, and he was a figure that could be called out in the entire 7-star Sword Sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong, you killed Xiaoying with a point of your finger. On the way back, the haze that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely vanished, and he beamed with joy and was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He Chun supported Hu Li, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had undergone a tremendous change. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian being a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist had already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duan Lingtian kill Xiaoying, his mood shook even more, and even now, he still hadn't completely calmed down. Hu Li, do you know where Xiao Fei lives? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly asked. Within the spacious gorge. Xiao Fei's mood was extremely good, he whistled as he lay on the lawn and basked in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a wave of voices entered into his ears, causing his gaze to abruptly light up. Brother, you've returned. Xiao Fei's hands supported himself on the ground, and he spoke with delight as he sat up. But when he saw the young man that appeared before him, his face completely went pale. Duan Lingtian, weren't you having a life and death battle with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any feelings. And the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he ceaselessly shook his head. No. Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible. Impossible. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a ridiculing smile. What's impossible about it? 2 months ago in the primeval forest, you asked me to go fight the elephant rhino. Didn't you think it was impossible for me to survive? Xiao Fei's body trembled. Although he was still unwilling to believe that all this was true, he realized that what was done couldn't be undone. Even if he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were like this, and he was unable to change it. Bang! Xiao Fei instantly landed on the ground and lay before Duan Lingtian with a ghastly pale face. Duan Lingtian, I'm already a cripple, let me go. Let me go. I beg you, I beg you. The scene before his eyes was extremely familiar to Duan Lingtian. 2 months ago, Xiao Fei also lay before Shirlan like this, and asked Shirlan to plead for him. Shirlan's heart also softened because of this. But the result? Shirlan died miserably. Hu Li, crippled. Xiao Fei's actions, as well as his begging for mercy, caused the hatred hidden in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart to rise once again. His pair of eyes turned crimson red as he stared at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, do you still remember what I said to you 2 months ago? Xiao Fei's face went ghastly pale when he heard this, and his body trembled. Duan Lingtian laughed when he saw Xiao Fei's actions, and his laughter was extremely cold. Looks like you still remember clearly. I've said it before, if you dare have any devious ideas, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Duan Lingtian, spare me. I beg you. I beg you. Chapter 292. But, would Duan Lingtian arouse sympathy towards Xiao Fei? Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Whoosh! His sword flashed past, killing Xiao Fei. Hiss! Pill fire ignited, burning Xiao Fei's body into ashes, and he died a graveless death. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest joy after successively killing Xiao Fei, and his mood was incomparably heavy. Shilan's figure was impossible to get rid of in his mind. The woman that was filled with yearning towards the future, the woman that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei died 100 times, it still wouldn't be able to compare to Shilan's life. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased his mood, then left the gorge and Fekta Peak. All along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the outer court disciples on Fekta Peak were now gathered at the life and death arena halfway up the mountain. After leaving Fekta Peak, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, then directly went to Alcade Peak. He arrived at the cultivation place of the two little girls with ease, yet he noticed that the spacious gorge was completely silent and overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust, obviously no one had lived here for a long time. Looks like Kerr and little Fei ought to have moved away. After leaving the gorge, Duan Lingtian inquired about the residence of the Alcade Peak Outer Court Elder Bai, from the Alcade Peak disciples, and went to look for her. Duan Lingtian met Elder Bai as he wished. Elder Bai. Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the little freak of Migres Peak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago was actually you. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, then he recalled the purpose of coming to Alcade Peak this time and hurriedly asked. Elder Bai, I went to the cultivation place little Fei and Xiao Fei were at, but I noticed they weren't there. Fei is staying at my place, but she's currently in closed-door cultivation. As for that little girl, Kerr, she's currently in the Alcade Hall on Dubhe Peak. Elder Bai said with a smile. Alcade Hall? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the cultivation place of our Alcade Peak's master, and it's located above the spirit point of Dubhe Peak. That place is also the best cultivation place in our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation grounds of the other peak leaders were located there too. Elder Bai slowly explained. Just like the peak master of your Migres Peak, he also has a Migres Hall there. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for the best place to cultivate, Duan Lingtian did not comment. The cultivation environment of that so-called spirit cave couldn't possibly compare to the stalactite cave he was currently living in. How is Kerr? Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai and asked with concern. Don't worry, the peak master is extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Kerr. There's one thing that you're right about. 1 month ago, Kerr broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. As Elder Bai spoke up to hear, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, little Fei ought to be about to break through, right? Yes. Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile, and she was more and more satisfied with that disciple of hers. Fei is in closed-door cultivation this time precisely because she's preparing to charge into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. If you don't have anything urgent, although Elder Bai didn't continue speaking, Duan Lingtian was still able to understand what Elder Bai meant. Don't worry Elder Bai, I don't have anything urgent. Since little Fei is at the critical juncture of breaking through, I won't disturb her, and I'll come see her next time. Okay. Elder Bai nodded in satisfaction when she saw Duan Lingtian being so sensible. Elder Bai. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and under Elder Bai's puzzled gaze, he asked. Do you know about the matter of a female disciple of your Alcade Peak being forced to fall off a cliff to her death? Elder Bai nodded. I know. Alcade Peak didn't do anything about this matter. Duan Lingtian frowned. After that Soaring caused the death of Shilan, he seemed to still be living very freely, and wasn't affected in the slightest. I was furious about that matter as well. But, she jumped off the cliff herself after all. Moreover, that Fekta Peak disciple didn't succeed. Coupled with that Fekta Peak disciple being a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, and the Fekta Peak was extremely protective of him. Elder Bai shook her head and sighed. In this world, strength represents the nobility of life. If that female disciple that jumped off the cliff was also a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, then our Alcade Peak would surely investigate this matter to the end. Just because she's dispensable to Alcade Peak, so Alcade Peak gave up on her just like this? Traces of coldness abruptly arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. His heart was cold like ice. This is the irresistible trend. Although I personally sympathize with her, but I'm powerless. What, you know her? As she finished speaking, Elder Bai asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. If she's your friend, and you have that layer of relationship with Kerr. If you ask Kerr to ask the Peak Master to step forward, then you can punish that Fekta Peak disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that even if the Alcade Peak's Peak Master stepped forward, she might not sentence Soaring to death. At most, it would be a heavy punishment. Now, he'd already killed Soaring and took revenge for Sherlan, so there was no need to rely on anyone. There's no need. Elder Bai didn't understand what Duan Lingtian meant. You'll know very soon. Elder Bai, since little Fei is cultivating, then I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells, then turned and left. Only leaving behind Elder Bai with a bewildered expression standing on the spot. What did this little fellow mean by what he said earlier? After an hour, a piece of news spread throughout Alcade Peak, causing Elder Bai to be dumbstruck. The Migres Peak Outer Court disciple, Duan Lingtian, used a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, Soaring, on the Fekta Peak Life and Death Arena. Now, Elder Bai finally understood why Duan Lingtian would say there was no need. He'd taken revenge for that Alcade Peak female disciple himself. She remembered that the Fekta Peak disciple that caused the death of that female disciple was Soaring. Soaring died just like that. As expected of the Migres Peak's little freak. The corners of Elder Bai's mouth curled into a bitter smile, then she shook her head and muttered to herself. Fei has found an extraordinary man. Only 20 years old, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. It was shocking. At the same time that the news of Duan Lingtian killing Soaring spread to Alcade Peak, it also spread to Migres Peak, F***K. Duan Lingtian killed the Fekta Peak's Soaring. It can't be. This is too exaggerated. Unbelievable. No wonder he dared invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena. I wonder if senior brother Tang Bai still dares to ascend the life and death arena tomorrow. I think it's a little difficult. Senior brother Tang Bai's strength might not be stronger than that Soaring. We'll naturally know tomorrow if senior brother Tang Bai dares to ascend the life and death arena. The entire Migres Peak was seething with excitement because of this news. All the Migres Peak disciples were brimming with energy and vigor. Duan Lingtian's actions could be considered to have brought honor to Migres Peak, and as Migres Peak disciples, they all felt that they had gained a great deal of face. At least, when they stood before Migres Peak disciples in the future, once this matter was mentioned, the Migres Peak disciples were bound to be inferior to them. At the peak of Migres Peak, within the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform, calming his heart and cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, ceaselessly charging towards the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage over and over again, as if he didn't know exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the roiling origin energy broke through the bottleneck and completed a new transformation. And at this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes as well. His eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his entire body was brimming with energy and vigor. I've broken through. A delighted smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He lightly clenched his fist. Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 81 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Just like before, after he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. My current strength is even stronger than a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. It's one ancient mammoth more than a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. Right. I still have an appointment with Tang Bai to the life and death arena today. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally recalled the proper business, and hurriedly left the stalactite cave and leaped onto the peak of the mountain. He glanced at the horizon and noticed that there was still some time before noon. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. I'm still in time. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Migres Peak and flashed towards the life and death arena halfway up the mountain, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind. Now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the quake energy ought to have improved, but I wonder how much stronger it is. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Just right, so long as that Tang Bai dares ascend the life and death arena, I'll only use the strength of an ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist and use the quake energy to properly play with him. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. Chapter 293. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon arrived as scheduled. The vast platform where the life and death arena was located was completely silent. Tang Bai hasn't come yet. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. His gaze landed outside the vast platform, but he didn't find any trace of Tang Bai. It's already noon, and Tang Bai hasn't come yet. He probably doesn't dare to come. I guessed right. Tang Bai is scared. Duan Lingtian just killed Soaring of Fekta Peak yesterday. Xiao Ying's strength is not weaker than Tang Bai's, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Yesterday, he was still showing off in front of the Duan Lingtian, saying that the Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to come. Now, he's the one who doesn't dare to come. It's like slapping your own face. How embarrassing. A commotion broke out around the life and death ring. There are also female disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed around the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were many female outer court disciples amongst the surrounding crowd, and all of them were disciples of Alcade Peak. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. Looks like the people from the other peaks have come to Migres Peak to watch the show. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After waiting for a while, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and didn't wait any longer. He directly jumped off the life and death arena and left. He was not surprised that Tang Bai did not come. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, it meant that one would not rest until one was dead. Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai had agreed to fight him in the arena of life and death yesterday because he was confident in himself. He felt that he could snatch the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll from his hands. Now that the matter of him killing the Fekta Peak 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Soaring, had spread out, Tang Bai refrained from taking action for fear of breaking the vases and didn't dare come, and this was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian's emotions did not fluctuate much. From the beginning, he did not take Tang Bai seriously. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also knew that. After the incident today, Tang Bai was bound to have a notorious reputation that spread far and wide, and he would be despised by all the 7-star sword sect disciples. A person who agreed to a battle of life and death but didn't dare to show up was undoubtedly a coward. Such a person wouldn't have great achievements in the martial way. When Duan Lingtian left, he could hear the discussions behind him. Undoubtedly, they were denouncing Tang Bai. In the spacious canyon, the scorching sun shone down, making everything in the canyon seem to be covered in a layer of gold. Elder Zhao Lin, you didn't tell me that he could even kill a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. A young man of about 25 years old with delicate features had an extremely ugly expression. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he would no longer have any reputation in the Seven-Star Sword sect. He was destined to become the object of disdain by everyone. This made him feel both sullen and resentful. All of this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, intentionally wanted to harm you? Zhao Lin's face sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes that were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he was caught off guard by what had happened yesterday. That Duan Ling Tian was actually able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wasn't so easy for him to obtain the miraculous cultivation method in Duan Ling Tian's possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Sorry, Elder Zhao Lin, I was too agitated earlier. Tang Bai took a deep breath and hurriedly changed his words when he saw Zhao Lin enraged and even aroused killing intent towards him. Only now did he realize that the person standing before him was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, an existence at the Void Prying stage. Killing him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear grudges against Zhao Lin. His heart filled with hatred turned towards another direction. Duan Ling Tian. After Tang Bai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen, and his voice was low and oppressive. Duan Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that you, a mere young man a little over 20, would actually possess such formidable strength. Looks like my guess was right. The value of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that Duan Ling Tian cultivated isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to restrain. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to possess such strength at such an age was all because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Since no outer court disciple is able to do anything to you, then I can only make a move myself. I don't believe that I won't be able to find an opportunity to kill you. So long as I destroy the evidence, who would know that I killed you? Zhao Lin muttered to himself, and his eyes emitted extreme greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Ling Tian left the life and death arena of Migres Peak, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, but instead went to Fecta Peak once again. He found Hu Li. Hu Li, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The current Hu Li wasn't dispirited like before, he was in high spirits, and wasn't the slightest bit discouraged because of his crippled leg. I'm a cripple now. Even if the 7-Star Sword sect won't expel me for now, but when I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple and will similarly be expelled. So, I've decided to return home. You're going back like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was rational, but when he saw Hu Li's crippled leg now, Duan Ling Tian still couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine that after Hu Li became a 7-Star Sword sect disciple, his family would surely be extremely happy, and would think that Hu Li would soar into the sky, but now, Hu Li had instead returned with a crippled body, and would surely have to endure extremely great pressure. Don't worry. Hu Li laughed heartily when he perceived Duan Ling Tian's worry. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or a freak like you, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat me. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and when he saw Hu Li being so cheerful, he felt at ease. I'll send you back. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before speaking out. No need. I've already written a letter to return home some time ago, and my family ought to have arrived in a few days. Duan Ling Tian, cultivate properly. In another 3 months, it'll be the 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court Martial Competition. At that time, you'll take first place and allow me to brag at home. As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and didn't seem like a person that had lost a leg in the slightest. Although he knew that half of what Hu Li said was a joke, Duan Ling Tian still nodded with a serious expression. Don't worry, I'll surely take first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition. No one is able to stop my footsteps. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a sheen of firmness. This was his promise to Hu Li. What are you being so serious for? Don't worry, so long as the Seven-Star Sword sect doesn't change the rules of the outer court martial competition, then the outer court disciples that participate in the outer court martial competition would at most be at the 6th level of the origin core stage. You even killed Soaring. Could it be that you're afraid of other 6th level origin core stage disciples? Hu Li was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian. So, you're sure to take first place in the outer court martial competition? Duan Lingtian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while, and before he left, he withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. Hu Li, take this. What medicinal pill is this? Hu Li received the medicinal pill bottle with a curious expression. This isn't a medicinal pill, it's a drop of wine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly spoke. A drop of wine. Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he scolded with a smile. You're really stingy. How do you want me to drink a drop of wine? Hu Li pulled out the cork of the medicinal pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the dense fragrance of wine drifting out, Hu Li's body shook, and he hadn't finished speaking when he looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. Duan Lingtian, what wine is this? Earlier, when he smelled the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy in his body roil, and it almost allowed him to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage and break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although he didn't break through, Hu Li had a feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the medicinal pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to instantly break through. Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Monkey King wine. Hu Li was stunned. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, and he instantly explained. Then have you heard of the monkey wine? Of course I've heard of it, that's a good thing. Could it be that this Monkey King wine is related to the monkey wine? Hu Li's eyes shone, and he was slightly excited. The monkey wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen records of it in some ancient books. Didn't you say I was stingy earlier? I'll let you drink to your heart's content with this jug of wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. This wine fragrance, Hu Li's gaze shone. Although the wine fragrance of this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King wine, it was still able to cause the origin energy in his body to become restless. This is the monkey wine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Drink it and try it. This is the monkey wine. Hu Li stared, yet he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. Although he hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King wine was absolutely much more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Lingtian guessed Hu Li's thoughts when he saw Hu Li's reaction, and he lightly smiled. Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happens, it ought to be able to assist you to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As for the Monkey King wine, properly store it away. Duan Lingtian, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly is the use of this Monkey King wine? Hu Li rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian as he asked anxiously. The Monkey King wine has a medicinal effect similar to the Void Advancement pill, yet is stronger than the Void Advancement pill. The Monkey King wine doesn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement pill. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath when he saw Hu Li was anxious, and he directly spoke. Once one consumed the Void Advancement pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in one's lifetime, and one would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prime stage. Consuming the Monkey King wine, however, wouldn't have this side effect. What? Chapter 294. Although Power of Hu hadn't seen a Void Advancement pill, he'd heard of it. Void Advancement pill, a grade 5 medicinal pill, a precious medicinal pill capable of allowing a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly step into the Void Prime stage. Its value was extraordinary. Now, the drop of Monkey King wine in his hand actually possessed the medicinal effect of a Void Advancement pill, and it didn't have the side effects of a void advancement pill? Didn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King wine was even more precious than a void advancement pill? Power of Who's breathing became hurried, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and passed the medicinal pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King wine back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Monkey King wine is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm satisfied to be able to drink this Monkey King wine in my lifetime. As he finished speaking, Power of Who laughed slyly, and he had a simple and honest expression as he looked at the wine jug in his other hand. You really don't want it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he received the medicinal pill bottle. I don't want it. Power of Who shook his head, then raised his hand to place the mouth of the wine jug against his mouth and drank the Monkey King wine. After only drinking a mouthful, Power of Who's eyes couldn't help but stare, then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Power of Who was cultivating to dissolve the medicinal effect of the Monkey King wine. When Power of Who opened his eyes once more, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. You broke through just like that? Duan Lingtian stared blankly at Power of Who, and relying on his acute spiritual force, he noticed the minute changes that occurred on Power of Who's body. I was originally only one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Now that I've drunk the Monkey King wine, I've directly broken through in one go. Power of Who smiled, then looked at the jug of Monkey King wine in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure, and he stared without blinking, as if he was deeply afraid the Monkey King wine would vanish into thin air from his hand. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine? With it, relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in one go. Duan Lingtian shook the bottle of Monkey King wine in his hand, and the smile on his face deepened. When Power of Who heard this, he reluctantly looked at the pill bottle. In the end, he shook his head and said, You should keep it for yourself. I think you don't have much Monkey King wine left. In the future, you will come in handy. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Power of Who was still thinking about him when faced with such a great temptation. His heart warmed slightly. Power of Who was indeed worthy of being a friend whom he regarded as a friend of life and death. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Keep it. Although I don't have much Monkey King wine, it's enough. Ignoring Power of Who's objection, Duan Lingtian stuffed the pill bottle into Power of Who's hand, then turned around and left. I'm leaving, I have some things to do. When you're leaving, I won't be sending you off. I'll tell Hachuan your home address and have her pass it on to me. I'll visit you when I'm free. At the same time that Duan Lingtian left, he raised his hand and waved, which could be considered as bidding farewell to Power of Who. Although he was slightly disappointed in his heart, he understood that all good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Looking at Duan Lingtian's leaving figure, Power of Who took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Glancing at the Monkey King wine and monkey wine in his hand, his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian's gift was too heavy. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappear before his eyes, Power of Who's eyes squinted and shone with traces of bright light as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't remain silent. The next time we meet, I'll surely make you look at me in a different light. At this moment, Power of Who's martial Dao will was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination of his that when Duan Lingtian saw him again after many years, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Who? After leaving the gorge that Power of Who was at, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes, when faced with parting, Duan Lingtian still felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I'll go look for those 2 little fellows that cause me to worry. After Duan Lingtian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead directly walked down Dubhe Peak. After walking out of the sect, he once again headed towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed freely. After Duan Lingtian entered the primeval forest, his speed increased. Practically all the fierce beasts he encountered on the way were blasted apart by a single punch of his. even to the extent that he didn't use his martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him ceaselessly going deeper, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger, and there were even many 6th-level Origin Core stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit by a single strike of his sword. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently grasped, once he executed the sword-drawing arts, the speed of his sword was so swift that even 6th-level Origin Core stage fierce beasts were unable to react in time. It's time to try out the quake energy. Duan Lingtian's gaze spun, and his figure flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Continuing to go deeper. Roar! A deafening roar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, shaking Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point it hurt, as if thunder pierced his ears. Bang! An enormous fierce beast came from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, it descended before Duan Lingtian. As the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes even appeared. 7th-level Origin Core stage fierce beast. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger, its entire body was covered in pitch-black and shiny fur. Specks of sunlight passed through the envelopment of the forest and dotted its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black Tiger. 7th-level Origin Core stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept in speed and strength, and its defensive strength was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defensive strength was weak was only compared to other 7th-level Origin Core stage fierce beasts. Roar! The black tiger's dark gray eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duan Lingtian to leave its territory. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. When the black tiger saw Duan Lingtian smiling, it thought that Duan Lingtian was provoking it, and it roared furiously before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The black tiger's fangs flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If one was bitten, one would die without a doubt. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to spur on, and it was far from something Duan Lingtian's current speed could compare to. At the instant the black tiger pounced over, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and instead leaped on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and dodging its sharp fangs. Bang! The black tiger pounced empty air, and a trace of rage appeared within its dark gray eyes. Roar! The black tiger roared in a low voice, then it turned its head and once again bit towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian attacked. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths exploded out completely. Not holding back in the slightest. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the dragon's finishing touch gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it pointed onto the black tiger's head. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger violently jumped, and the frequency became faster and faster. Pooh! Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duan Lingtian's finger seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that easily penetrated between the black tiger's brows, and fresh blood splattered out as it continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar, and its enormous body abruptly shook as it wanted to resist. But unfortunately, its resistance was too late. Along with Duan Lingtian's finger descending and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull, and it continued to spread throughout the bones of the black tiger's entire body. Crackle, crackle, crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones fracturing gradually suppressed the black tiger's low roar that was gradually becoming dispirited. Bang! Not long after, the black tiger's enormous body crashed onto the ground, and it completely lost all signs of life. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at the black tiger's fallen corpse, and he was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy had improved so much. Duan Lingtian's finger earlier had relied on all his strength, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. Whereas the black tiger instead possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duan Lingtian was lacking the strength of an entire 19 ancient mammoths. If it was the quake energy of the past, it would be impossible for it to have any effect on the black tiger, but now, it had instead easily killed the black tiger. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had greatly increased. In the past, the effect of the quake energy could only be manifested on an opponent with a strength of less than 10 ancient mammoths. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy of the past was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the current situation, even though there was a difference of 19 ancient mammoths between Duan Lingtian and the black tiger, the quake energy still displayed its effect. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already expanded to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. As for the specifics, it still required Duan Lingtian to test it himself. After Duan Lingtian collected the black tiger's beast core, he continued going deeper. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. The scope of effect of the quake energy now was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, when Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to kill the black tiger earlier, it just happened to be the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy now. With my current strength, relying on the quake energy, I'm practically invincible below the 7th level of the origin core stage. If a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, or if their spirit weapon is inferior to my spirit weapon, then they aren't a match for me. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered in his heart as he pondered. Of course, he knew as well that the situation at the back was fine in other places, but if it was in the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the origin core stage and above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantage. The current him facing a 7th level origin core stage disciple of the 7-star sword sect was the same as when he faced the Fekta Peak Shaowing with a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Unless he was able to make his opponent abandon his sword. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.